Buy one, get one free. Kí ló dé tẹ ọ̀gá kí ló dé celebrate àbúrò lọ́dọ̀ David David ṣé à ń bínú ara wa ni. Àdínú yọ̀ náà. Mo dáṣe ẹni tó ń bọ̀. Máa fún àwọn ọmọ mi nípa ẹ̀rọ máa fẹ́ wàhálà. Kọ́jú kò ní mọ̀ nípadà kúrò lẹ́nu. Àbí àwọn èèyàn wá, Bíọ́lá kò wá, Ọba kò wá, Nzògbélà kò wá, àti Ìdí kò wá, Mùsàdínlé kò wá. Wọ́n fún wọn fẹ́ràn fún ẹ. Every year, mo ti máa fún ọba yìí.
Good morning, please let's have our seat. Let's have our seat and DJ said nobody should stand outside. Good morning once again. Are we all seated? Don't let me mention names too. Chairman, have your seat. Good morning once again. DJ, good morning. Our distinguished guests, good morning. My colleagues, hope you've had a restful night. Yes or no?
Yes.
God bless us. We have come to the second day and the second and the final day of the program. Are you listening? We are starting on the lighter mood. Yesterday we were taught open communication and we were exposed. A gender was exposed. Good morning, my beautiful gender, my colleagues. Hello, the most beautiful gender. Hello, the most misunderstood gender. Hello, the most honest gender. The gender that says yes when they mean no. Good morning. Yes. One was like yesterday when I said you could call me by name. You know I'm a woman. I know I don't mean it. And thank God nobody came to me to say they called them by name. Because if you just call your director by name, you're your own. Because when I say call me by name, you know what I mean. I'm a gender that says yes when I mean no. Even when sometimes our husbands come to us, maybe the wife's countenance is somehow, I say, darling, your face looks somehow. What? No problem. Well, no problem. Are you sure no problem? No problem. Please leave me alone. And the man is going. And so you are going. You are leaving me alone. I leave you alone. So, you leave me alone. Why do you ask me if there's no problem? When you know there is problem. And you expect me to say there is problem. Good morning, the most misunderstood gender. We are the most understood in the world. We women. And our own open communication, if you read my mind, I don't need to verbalize it. And when I say no problem, you should know there is problem. When I say leave me alone, you should know that you don't touch. You should touch. So please, touch me. God bless us. And the other gender that refuse to understand us, but pay our bills. Thank you so much. Thank you for being our ATM. and you will continue to be our 8th year. But this time around, in dollars. In dollars. God bless you. And my colleagues that stayed in Continental Hotel, I will tell you a secret. Those of us that stayed here at Blue, Radisson Blue, I purposely put you in Continental because we didn't give you 2 nights, but that your 1 night, she will serve 3 nights. And I have been receiving testimonies. I hope you had your breakfast, and everybody here, I hope you had your breakfast. I hope you have checked out. But you may not check out, you can be here till maybe Christmas or weekend. God bless you. But please don't mention NIMR. You are your own. Thank you very much for obeying, and thank you for the open communication. But when we get back to NIMR, when I say submit something by Friday, don't say because she's a woman. Submit it's only here that we don't mean what we say. When we go back to NIMR, we mean what we say. God bless you. So we are starting this morning, but before we start, we have our guest speaker with us. When it is time, please stand up for recognition and Mr. Come and let us see your face. This is a unique retreat where we are having guest speakers, 2 guest speakers, 1 for each day. That of yesterday taught us open communication. Today we are talking about soft skills. Well, by my own little knowledge on soft skills, time management, team management, conflict resolution. So maybe she's coming to teach us husband. God bless you. You know, there is a restaurant in maybe Calabar, and some of my colleagues that went to Calabar, when they came back, they said, we think to relocate to Calabar. Many colleagues, though, that when they were passing on one street, they saw a lot of men on the queue before a restaurant. And the restaurant's name is Don't Mind Your Wife. Don't mind your wife. But you will not see any woman on the queue. So, husband management. Professor Idechi suggested it. His name is Professor Idechi. So you will teach us how to manage our husband. They misunderstand us a lot, but they pay our bills. That's the good thing there. So thank you very much, Ms. Helen. And she will be teaching us on soft skills. And this morning there's a little change on the program. We will not be having wrap-up again. We've had it yesterday. The only new thing is we sang national anthem after the wrap-up. So you don't need to tell us. We know that we sang national anthem, don't we? We know. So you don't need to take our time. So we are relieving you of that duty. We'll go straight to the point. We'll start with what is on the program this morning, the guest lecture, because we want to give her enough time so that you will learn more about soft skills. So Dr. Fowora, I will call on, where's Dr. Fowora? Please come. It's time for the guest lecture. Oh, she told me guest lecture. Maybe I misunderstood her. Sorry, I didn't come with my name. Yeah, okay, let's have the national anthem. Just like, no, please lead us.
Want to go? Arise, O our cross, and follow thee, to serve our fatherland, with love and strength and faith, thy labor of those paths shall never be vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Thank you.
Dr. Fowora. Ellen, please come out for your citation. David.
Good morning, everyone. It's on. It's on. Good morning, everybody. Again, all protocols duly observed. I'm here to read the citation for Ellen Onokwai. Am I right? Okay. Ellen Onokwai is the managing partner of Purple Star Consulting Limited, Nigeria, an HR professional with over 15 years experience. Ellen holds a first degree in political science from the University of Lagos, an MBA from the University of Bradford, and a diploma in human resources. She is also a chartered member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, and member of the Young Institute of Directors. Prior to founding Purple Star Consulting Limited, Ellen started her career with the Police Service Commission, where she also completed her youth services. She then went on to work for some of the most prestigious companies in Nigeria, which include PricewaterhouseCoopers and FMDQ. She has a demonstrable track record of successfully developing, implementing, and delivering strategies that drive the successful achievement of business intents. Her area of expertise include talent management, performance management, training and development, organizational design, culture and architectural management, HR transformation, change management, project management, and corporate responsibility. Ellen has worked for and with businesses across different sectors, locally and internationally, including the public sector, financial sectors, oil and gas, FMCG, EPC, advertising, manufacturing, education, NGO, and consulting. This diverse experience has given her a deep understanding of the unique challenges and opportunities facing each industry, and has enabled her to develop an innovative and effective HR solution firm that is equipped to drive business growth. In her previous roles, she has been responsible for leading HR teams and partnering with senior leaders to create and implement HR strategies that align with overall business objectives. She has a proven track record of success in business, in building high-performing teams, creating and implementing effective performance management systems, developing and implementing HR policies and procedures, and driving HR transformation initiatives. Having worked for these companies and as a personal goal, Ellen founded Purple Star Consulting Limited, a business and management consulting firm that provides human resources, organizational development and strategy, advisory services to organizations in both the private and public sectors. As an HR professional, she is passionate about creating a positive and inclusive workplace culture that supports employee engagement, development, and retention. She believes in using data-driven insights and a collaborative approach to create effective HR solutions that drive business results and promote employee well-being. All these qualities are what Purple Star Consulting will offer to its stakeholders. Overall, she is a seasoned HR professional with a diverse background and a track record of success in delivering results. She is committed to helping organizations achieve their goals by developing and implementing effective HR that align with overall business objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming my gender.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I will stand the existing protocol so let's take the time. Today we'll be speaking on strategic advantage, how behavioral skills drive effective business practices. I know Prof had said earlier on that when our gender talk, we make the direct opposite, especially in this room. Please, when I say what I say, I actually mean what I say. Please. So basically, behavior is the mirror in which everyone shows their image. Your behaviors, your core values are not something that people can teach you and you get certification for. It simply means who you are even when nobody else is watching or assessing you.
What are behavioral skills? Now, behavioral skills, which we all know are soft skills or interpersonal skills, are what individuals demonstrate. Unlike technical skills, which are very job specific, like accounting, banking and finance, medicine, gynecology, those are things you go to school to learn and you get certification for. But behavioral skills are more about personality and how we communicate, collaborate, and navigate social environments. For hard skills, easy to measure, as I said, while soft skills are a bit harder to measure. However, they're things we experience when we interact with people.
Where should she point to? Point to him. But she stop. What is that now?
I think the clicker is female.
Yeah.
It doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
No, it's
So behavioral skills are a mix of human skills, social skills, communication skills, personality traits, attitudes, occupational traits, social and emotional intelligence that help us to engage and excel. Now, these skills add value to a person's hard skills. It's not the same thing as having an accounting certificate, but however, if you have an accounting degree and you have absolutely no people skills, you're definitely not going to excel. You'll be good at the back office probably where you just have to talk to your computer, but for you to grow and become a leader or a manager, you need to have the soft skills. Okay, so it's the language, the way we talk, the friendliness. And friendliness doesn't necessarily mean you have to smile at everybody. It's how you respect people or how you treat people that will determine how far you can go. Now, according to research, when employees put soft skills into action, the project runs smoother, relationships with clients and colleagues will improve, teams will be more productive, and employees will be more confident in their role. I'm sure as medical professionals and researchers, we tend to work a lot with each other and with people. So imagine if you're having a research and the person has absolutely no people skills. The person does not even care to say good morning to you. How do you think you guys are going to be productive or be accommodating? A study by Harvard University suggests that 80% of achievements in an individual's career are demonstrated by soft skills, while 20% is just hard skills. Another research by LinkedIn this year showed that 92% of talent professionals believe that soft skills are just as important as hard skills. E. Flanganina said that 9% of managers reported that lack of soft skills are the primary reason for employment, for employment termination. Basically what that means is, if you can't work with people, you have to let them go. The most difficult people to work with are sometimes the smartest people on book to work with. Do you agree? Do you agree that the smartest people can be the most difficult people to live with?
Yes.
You must have one on your team. Another study by MIT showed that a garment factory in India trained people on soft skills, and they found out that 200%, they got the 250% return on investment, because it's one thing for people to know how to sew. However, those soft skills was what moved the needle faster, what made the job more enjoyable, what made people more productive. Not because they know how to put in the needle into one end and bring it out through the other end, but it was the joy of working with them, which was developed, or which was as a result of the soft skills. Now, the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. So, buzzwords or sentences that stand out for us when we look at your definition of why you're about you is your reputable point of reference, The institute is vital to the development of variable structures, providing enable intelligent environment, training and collaboration. All of this does not necessarily have to do with technical skills. All of this has to do with how you provide the services you provide, how you go about doing what you do best that other people cannot do. So for example, if you don't have an enabling environment are made up of people, not the structures. It's not necessarily the buildings or the number of labs you have. It's the people who actually work in those places. It's a training ground. The computer doesn't train you. It's a garbage in, garbage out process. What trains you are the people you work with. Sometimes what we learn and remember are not things that we are told, but things we experience. Those experiences are things that shape us. Sometimes people change career paths not because of what they read, but because of the people they work with, the people who mentored or groomed them. Now those skills are not necessarily learned in a classroom. Those are skills we experience by working with other people. So when I come to the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research and we have a very positively collaborative environment, whether with the schools or universities who come in or other institutions, local and international, those are the things that people take away and remember about you and help people to want to come back. What are the significance of these skills at NIMR? Effective communication. I won't dwell too much on that because I know you spent so much time on that yesterday. But effective communication basically is say what you mean. Don't be a woman all the time. Adherence to ethical standards. Need I say more? And please, women are very ethical, regardless of the fact that they are kind of opposite most times. They just like to be pampered. They just like to be encouraged. So that's different from being unethical. Interdisciplinary collaboration is very important. I was sitting with a gynecologist, a research professional, and the things we were talking about was very weird, but I don't think they want me to repeat it. Customer satisfaction and trust is not taught in the classroom. I don't trust my accountant. I really don't trust my accountant. However, I have customer satisfaction working with them, and they're able to convince me to stop, start, or continue certain practices. Now, I have worked with a number of them as colleagues or as clients, and trust is very hard to build trust with people. Even my doctors, I'm not sure I trust them that much. Conflict resolution and stress management is a very important skill we have to learn, especially living in this country and this world today. Client-centric service, leadership and decision making. I heard everybody here is a leader in his or her own right. Either as team leads, business leaders, department leads, but everybody in this room is a leader. And we have to make decisions every day. Even your cleaner has to make a decision every day. Whether to come to work or not, whether to be respectful or not, whether they want to achieve what they came to work to do or not. So, but your soft skills are what can help you drive your leadership skills and make people conform or accept the decisions you make. Now, what are the strategies we can use to develop these behavioral skills? I know I have said over and over again that it's not a certificable skill, but we need to have formal trainings. So, for example, the communication training you had yesterday, it was a talk because it wasn't a whole day. However, you can put people in a room and actually teach them the art of effective communication. What they will take away from that training will determine whether or not the return on investment was worth it. And by what they will take away is how they use it going forward. So there's nothing that cannot be taught in the classroom. It's just that you probably will not get a medical degree for that. Communications workshops, team building activity is also a way of building soft skills. Ongoing learning opportunities, formal and informal. Continuous feedback and evaluation. Continuous feedback is a very dodgy, very, very dicey strategy, because a lot of people do not like unfavorable feedback. It's not because they feel they are always right. Sometimes it's the way we give that feedback that determines how people will be receptive or not receptive of it. Evaluations, this is December, there's going to be lots of evaluations. Do you have end of year evaluation?
Yeah, yes. Yes, I'm happy.
The people doing it are always very happy. The people receiving it, not so much, depending on whether it's favorable or not favorable, or whether there's a promotion or there's no promotion. So sometimes feedback is tied to rewards or the absence of it. Simulation and role playing. Sometimes I'm sure you come up with projects where you put a number of people together and then you select or they elect the lead. Now that is not necessarily the person's default position every day, but the person has to learn how to lead people. There's a training in PwC we call leading teams, and we spent 3 days, we spent about a week somewhere in Festac. It's so mentally, physically tasking because there's so much role-playing, simulations. This helps you remember. Most of us remember that training not because of what they told us when we were sitting in class, but it was our experience while we were either filming or coming up with solutions that we all remember. Role modeling and mentorship. As I said earlier, sometimes our career path is not determined by what we've learned in the classroom, but by the models we picked and by the mentorship we received as we went along. Cultural competency training. We talked about genders and how people are receptive or not receptive to different genders today. Cultural competency says, I respect the fact that people who are from the north do not like to be touched, especially the women. They won't stretch out their hands to touch you. However, women in the east or in the west are more likely to shake a male friend or visitor or guest. And it's not necessarily with an ulterior motive. But because I was born and bred in Lagos, and then you send me to Niger State, and I walk into the office and I say, oh, hello, and the person takes offense, and I get upset, the person is taking on an offense because I can't understand. I wasn't rude to you, I actually said hello to you. Sometimes people think that other people are a bit too stiff. You need to be more liberal, you need to be. Sometimes it's not them, it's us that are the problem. We need to understand and appreciate and accept the different people who work in. I was telling my colleague when I was looking at the names of people who had spoken or who will speak, that I can see people from the north, the east, the south. I saw, I think, yeah? I think it's from Plateau State, right? Yes. And that made me very happy. That made me very happy because I was born in Plateau State, so it's very rare for me to meet people from Plateau State, for example. And I remember when my cousins visited us then, it was always a cultural shock, and they couldn't understand why should I behave in a certain way or speak in a certain way when that's not what I want to do. Sometimes I'm insensitive to this thing, and in this room, we are forced to work with people who come from backgrounds different from yours. So cultural competency training is something that is a must and something you must continue to do, especially with the way things are changing around the world. If you don't remain very relevant, you have to keep accepting. Patient-centric. Need I say more? You are medical professionals. Leadership development program. As I said, everybody in this room is a leader. However, it is not a one-time thing. Because it's a behavior, we need to keep reinforcing, retraining, reminding people. Now, to become a leader, before you're a leader, or before you can succeed, you need to be able to lead yourself. And when a leader becomes successful in leading themselves, then they can lead others. It's not a case of do as I say, it has to be a case of do as I do. Don't forget that behavioral skills, which we call soft skills as well, are skills that you exhibit every day without even knowing. It's supposed to be a very unconscious thing for you. Will we make mistakes? Yes. Will we need to keep working on it? Yes. However, it has to be natural to you. As a leader, leading by example, as I said. It's not about doing what they tell somebody else to do, but doing what you're doing. So for example, as a woman, as I keep going back to that, I can't get out of my head. When a woman says no, and you think she means yes, as she said, if she tells you to submit something on Friday, please don't submit it on Friday. You mix the man in the woman in her. That's the way it changes. So she's going to also say, if she tells you she's sending you something on Friday, I'm sure she will send it to you by Friday, or tell you by Thursday or Friday morning that I won't give it to meet the deadline. Now if she can do that, why won't her subordinates do the same? So in order for people to follow you, you need to show them that you are actually doing what you're telling them to do. Setting organizational culture. If her team already works like that and they have to collaborate with Team B, Team B already knows that that's how they behave. And if the head of human resources, for example, is already pushing that culture to say, our word is our bond, we need to act with integrity, and everybody there is doing the same thing. If you have a certain standard, cultural standard, behavioral standard that you have set for your organization, and you the leaders live by it, it's easy for people either coming in or people below you to adhere to those standards as well. Fostering innovation and adaptability. I think the medical field is tasked with the importance of being innovative. It's no more reactive. And I think one of the things COVID taught us and Ebola was we can't be reactive. So being open to innovation and adaptability is a must. Do you have GPs work with you? People who are about 25 and below working with you.
Yes.
How fun is it to work with them? How fun is it to work with those people? Everybody's going left, they're going right, and they don't understand why. But sometimes all it takes is patience. I was at a training a month or two ago, and we were talking about effective communication, and this Gen Z boy was squeezing his face most of the day. What's wrong? And he goes, I need to ask you a question. A lady walks up to him and says, can you go and do X, Y, Z? And she walks off. And he said his answer was going to be, no, I can't. But she left. She comes back after 3 hours and she says, why haven't you done it? And he said, I never told you I was going to do it. And she starts screaming, when I was your age. And the guy said, it's not my fault to suffer when you're my age. And she's like, no, you are supposed to. And she was really mad. She says, how old are you? He tells her, do you know how old I am? He said, I don't care. And then she takes offense. Now let's look at it from her point of view. I told my subordinate to do something. He didn't do it. I asked him why. He was being rude. And I tried to explain to him that when I was at his level, his age, I didn't have a choice. When your elder tells you to do something, whether or not you want to do it, you have to do it. That's her own point of view. But then I looked at it from your own point of view. You asked, can you? And his answer was no. If you were patient, you will have heard no, and then you probably look for somebody else to do it for you. Second, you asked him, do you know how old I am? And his answer was, no, I don't care. What value does that add to his job, in his opinion? None. When I was your age, dude, I was not even born when you were my age. Why should I care? However, mediation, the boy had to go and do what she wanted him to do. But he did it in the total direct opposite. And she couldn't understand why. And she took offense. But later finding out is, he actually did way more than what she actually would have thought. And he was brilliant. And today they are friends. But that issue still remains in his head. He doesn't want to work with her. But she doesn't want to let go of him because he's the rock star in her team. So they have so much miscommunication issues. Behavioral skills are next to none because she still believes he has to do what she wants to do. And he feels it's threatening his innovation and ability to adapt. So he doesn't even want to try. And that's where leading by example also comes in. Now, strengthening team collaboration, being able to work with people. I would recommend that the same people do not get to work on the same team all the time. Because you guys just become perfect together and then you find it very difficult to adapt to another person. So by strengthening team collaboration, it means you guys can work with different teams and be very productive. Navigating change and uncertainties. Now let's talk about some communications, some soft skills that are very key to your business. Communication skills. I won't dwell too much on this because I said you spent almost 2 hours on this yesterday. But developing communication skills help you to express yourself confidently. When you're not scared of making grammatical errors, you're not scared of saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, you make very authentic communication. When somebody talks to you, the person is looking at you and having a conversation with you, you tend to trust that person more. Imagine you go see a doctor and the doctor is trying to give you a diagnosis and he's looking on the floor, he's looking at papers, looking every which way. I won't trust that doctor. I won't even let him touch me. Effective and impactful communication, verbally, written, or through digital channels. Have you met people who speak very, very well but write very poorly? How do you feel when you get a message from such a person? If you read and you're wondering, did the same person write this? I do recruitment, by the way, and I've received some CVs that we hire the person on the spot without meeting the person, and then you invite the person for a chat, not an interview yet, and you keep flipping around the CV and you're wondering, where is this person? Sometimes some people are very good at writing, some people are shy. But other people are just very good at doing the research and writing. On social media, people are very good at telling you off, criticizing your opinion. But when you meet some of those people physically, you become mute. Hello? Can you hear me? Thank you. So, people who have good communication skills are adept in crafting clear and concise business messages. They say what they mean, how they mean it, when they mean it, and everybody can relate. They have interpersonal skills which, again, foster better communication. So sometimes you can be... How many people used to have pen pals? In those days. And we're able to build those relationships even without meeting those people physically because of how we wrote. Now people write to you and everything is an abbreviation. I don't get it. It's confusing, and some abbreviations can mean 2, 3, 4 different things. When you force people to now write it out fully and properly, that is when you know whether or not they have good communication skills. But when you leave them, I was telling Christy, I spent too much time with you because there are some things that they say. For example, I can be saying something, Christy will go, or Christy can come back, they're having a conversation, and the next thing you hear is, your communication is not communicating. And I'm confused. And they understand what they're saying. I don't get it. They'll say something like, your hunger is not hungering. But they understand. To them it's clear and concise. But when they come into the business setting, they have to pay attention. Even to people, I don't get it. So I don't expect that man sitting behind her understands if she says that to him. But she says that to another Gen Z, trust me, they'll have a full conversation. So sometimes with communication, not sometimes, most times, is knowing your audience as well. Knowing the person at the receiving end. Communication, effective communication only takes place when the person you're communicating with receives the message intended to be passed. Next, we'll talk about teamwork and collaboration. People who have skills with regards to working with people are very, very able to build and maintain relationships very well, and they have excellent communication skills. I know someone who says, I don't like people, but the person functions very effectively in teams. How does that happen? The fact that I don't like people doesn't mean I will avoid. I know I need to work with people to be better. Rome wasn't built in a day. So the person has to, from 8 till 6, I'm your best friend. Once we close, don't even greet me. I probably won't answer. Because I don't like, it's not personal. I just don't like people, especially people who hug and touch and no. There's a difference. So when you work, they're very effective teamwork, and you are able to collaborate with people, it's easy for you to build and maintain relationship. A lot of people who know that person do not know that that person doesn't like people. But everybody wants to be on the person's team because it's always productive. It's, as a team worker, somebody who is open to collaboration, it's easy for you to understand and appreciate different people and what they bring to the table. Every team you work in is always the weakest link. Everything you work in is always that one difficult person. Everything you work with is always that one person who thinks they're a victim even before the work starts. And by victim I mean nobody's going to listen to me. Everybody's going to dump for me. They're going to make me take the notes. But you as a team leader and a team player will find a way to get everybody to participate. When you go somewhere new and you form a new team, especially with people that you don't know, a good team player either rises up to lead or rises up and tries to make friends with everybody they meet along the way. Because sometimes they send people for trainings where other institutions come back and people come back with new relationships. Some other people just go and they come back the same way you sent them. Now, how do you build that relationship, that connection, that network? People who are good at, as I said, team and collaboration are able to build strategies and nurse whatever skills they have to include diversity. Earlier today, somebody mentioned, I believe we have 2 genders. However, if somebody who is gender confused comes, I will not shut the person out. I will tolerate you, accept you, however, I will not encourage you. That's a way of applying or getting people to be more open to you, work with you. They know the lines to cross, especially if you draw the lines really clearly. How you communicate that line will determine how much they adhere to that line. Everything boils down to emotional intelligence and interpersonal skills. I will talk a bit more about emotional intelligence as we go along. Leadership. Now, being a leader is understanding and appreciating the role of everybody in your organization, not necessarily just your team. Your team is like your nuclear family. The rest of your business is your siblings, your cousins, your in-laws, etc. You have to find a way to appreciate and understand the role each person plays, not just when it comes to you or your work, but to the organization as a whole. The cleaner who is downstairs as a leader, you need to appreciate and understand where that person is coming from, because if you don't clean your labs properly, there'll be contamination, etc., etc. So no matter how you look at it, there is no role too tiny within your organization or your team. As a leader also, you'll be able to recognize the dual responsibilities of not just executing the vision of your organization, but also addressing the needs and concerns of your team. There's sometimes when you know that in order for your team to move forward in your department, you need to take certain roles or change a structure. The fact that that is the right thing to do is one aspect. However, getting people's buy-in or people to understand is a different story entirely. As a leader, you are still human. As a leader, you are still part of the team. You're still part of that company. You have not outgrown the company or the team. So, I think the work is more for leaders than for followers. The followers just have to follow. However, if the team leaders do not know how to lead themselves and others, then nobody's going anywhere. The boss is going to remain stagnant. Being able to take your corporate strategy and translating it to the barest minimum that anybody can understand is also a skill. When I was in PwC, I had a partner that is always telling us, "Can I explain what you do to a 5-year-old and you don't know what you do? You have absolutely no idea what you're doing." And the same thing boils down to your strategy. If you cannot distill it, you cannot explain it, you cannot take it apart to the barest minute level for anybody to understand, then you still don't know what you're doing. You can't lead it. You're just going to be doing what we said not to do, which is do as I say, not as I do. Don't ask me, go and Google it. You end up doing your response. Now, as a leader, it's easy for you to see areas or avenues for career progression, skills development, to encourage people to plan. With the current wave of people leaving the country, they are creating gaps. And most organizations do not plan to have those gaps, so they did not have succession plans in place. What we now end up doing is picking somebody randomly to say, can you manage this to get somebody else? As a leader, you should be able to pick somebody who is best suited to manage or to groom that person eventually to fill. But if you can't even distill your strategy, you don't even appreciate the role the person was in, how would you be able to create avenues for career growth and progression? How do you know how to design a succession plan that means knowledge sharing? How do you do that if you can't even do it for your own self? Empathy and emotional intelligence, I had mentioned when we were talking about teamwork. It's simply the ability to lead yourself and motivate others empathetically. Okay? Now, with emotional intelligence, one of the major components is self-awareness. And the second for me is behavioral. Exactly. Being able to change your behavior to suit certain levels. And when I say change your behavior, because I know that I don't like gay people. I walk into a room and I see some people who say they identify as such. If I'm not able to acknowledge, tolerate, and say, okay, that's fine, I don't have to say well done. All I have to do is say, noted, and move on. A lot of older people, Gen X, baby bloomers, will not accept. They do not believe in self-modification or behavioral modification. It's either it's black or it's white. There is no in between. Some very, very traditional Easterners, Yoruba people, if a girl, their son brings a girl home and she doesn't kneel to greet, badly behaved, not well brought up. Igbo girls can't understand why they should kneel down and greet you. I don't kneel down to greet my fathers. Why should I kneel down to greet your dad? But that means you're not being tolerant. You're not being inclusive. You're not being empathetic. That wasn't how she was raised. But you condemned her in literally 3 seconds of meeting her. You put her in a box. And there's some tribes who are not used to that. A girl comes in, greets, okay, and then she goes to take the parents' clothes or something to go and wash. You're like, sorry, who hired a new maid in our house? Or they're very rude to her. But some girls will go to the other family and they're expected to do this thing. You have a guest home for holidays and the person sleeps in because in their house on Saturday you don't wake up till 10. You are in your house, you wake up at 7 to clean up and everything. Automatically, bad behaved children. Where did you meet that kind of friend? I hope that's how you behave when you go to their house. And the same thing boils down to work. In consulting, we had started implementing remote work even before COVID. We were used to it. It's been years since I experienced you must be in the office Monday to Friday. I don't get it. However, for some other people, they don't understand. Other clients who say, once somebody puts, what would you like to have? Good to have, all this flexi work. Once the MD just says that you can be the best person in this planet, you're not a serious person. Serious people don't want to work remotely. Serious people want to wake up in the morning, wear a suit, come to the office. Unserious people want to roll out of bed, open their laptops, eat, geez, roll back into bed. It's a problem. Millennials, this time we're guilty as well, and Gen Z, will work on a laptop, they're listening to music, Netflix is playing in the background, but they're efficient and they're effective. But the older generation can't understand. Would you focus on one, please? And it's not. Can you focus on one, please? But they can't. As far as we're concerned, it's called controlled noise. I know where the noise is coming from. I'm not listening to another person. But it works for us. It doesn't work for other people. It's not taxi, it's just music. And yes. So imagine if you had a team member who is watching Netflix and working. So because the person is used to doing all of that, when they move to a different company or a different industry, and we don't meet an empathetic ear, we don't meet somebody who is willing to understand that it takes us time to understand that this is not the way things work, then we're going to struggle, most likely leave. We won't stay there. Because we'll feel stressful, we won't feel we can be innovative, we can't be creative, we can't even be ourselves. I don't understand why I have to do that. But you're not understanding that you who went to consulting to go and get the best accountants or HR practitioners, you didn't take into consideration that that person is used to remote work, or the person is used to playing music. Consultants work around the clock. Even when they're not in the office, they are working. They don't work based on 9 to 5. They work based on, we have a deliverable, we promise to deliver in 2 weeks. How do you go about delivering it? It's your cup of tea. But in 2 weeks, it must be signed, sealed, delivered. But when people are used, coming from industry, that's what they call it, regular work, bank, etc., even if it's a HR role and you bring them to consulting, they struggle. Because they don't understand. I'm supposed to be here by 8 and close at 6. Why are you expecting me to send you an email at 9? Or why is everybody just taking the day as it's coming? They don't get it. I had a new team member join us, and the person asked one of his colleagues that where is the lounge room? And the person told me, and I said to her, so at least we know what he does during remote work. Don't get me wrong, very productive human being. But he was shocked that there was no lounging area for him to go and lounge. I understood, because coming from PwC, we had one. But we had a timer then, it can't stay more than 5 minutes. For people, and you're not allowed to take your laptop there either. So if you go there to the breakout session, you're just supposed to just break out. But imagine me coming to your office and asking you, where is the lounging area? And there's no number of times. I can do it 50 times a day if I want to. But I have to have one. And you can have a power. There's a power nap when we call it mental mom. You sleep for 30 minutes to 1 hour. So you already told me my work hours are 8 to 5. Then I still have 1 hour lunch break in between. Yes, I take another 1 hour to go and sleep. What will you do with me? But it's what I'm used to. But you will get your job best quality as at the agreed time. Workplace ethics and professionalism. Work ethics for us is totally different from what ethics will mean to you. And that's where understanding comes in as well, okay? So your work ethics equips you with the knowledge and strategy, sense of awareness towards what is acceptable where you work. It's acceptable for me to work remotely, however I please. I'm there sending emails at 4, 5 a.m. But it's not you. Somebody sent an email at 2 a.m. on Sunday morning and then sent a reminder at 8 o'clock. And one of my team members was like, but you know the person cheated. Why would you send what you're supposed to have sent 3 days before by 2 a.m. Then by 8 you are saying gentle reminder on the email sent. No, the person didn't put yes because of the time, just on the email sent. So you now think that this person must have sent it a long time ago. Recognizing the importance of personal integrity, trustworthiness, honesty, and professional interaction. Remember when I said the fact that Prof is a woman and she says send something to me at 5. We have to send it at 5 but she will do the same. If she already has that personal integrity that tells you that if she tells you I can't deliver on Friday, it's not because she does not want to or she'll be busy doing other frivolous things, it's because she really cannot give you what you want at the quality or the standard that's accepted at your organization. There's some people that when they tell you good morning, sorry, you know it's morning. The other people when they say good morning, you look at your time. Have you met them before? They're the worst type of people to work with. Because as imagine if there was a doctor recently, I saw it on social media CNN yesterday, that kept telling people they had cancer and was doing chemotherapy for them. Just because. But he had this personal integrity, this image that made them believe him and trust him. If he hadn't built his personal brand to that level, he would not have been successful. So it boils down to professionality and the way he treated them, very professional. And you were out there following, getting more people to go. You did not know for a fact that's the guy. And you were milking it for all it's worth. So your personal brand, your integrity, your honesty is what endears people to you or takes you. You can be the most brilliant person, but if you have no personal integrity, nobody's going to remember or acknowledge it. You could be the least technical competent person. However, your soft skills are what will endear people to come to you. Your ability to lead, to be able to identify the core skills that people have and use it positively is what will take you higher. I'm sure a lot of you have heard that they say the higher you go in your career, it's no more about your technical skills, but your ability to manage your soft skills. So that's where this also comes to play. Understanding the strategies and inclusive communication and avoiding unconscious bias, which medical field is either a yes or a no. It shouldn't be a gray area. Oh, I think. Once I go for a test and the doctor says, oh, I think this can be the fraud. And I say, how do we remove that thing? And I say, okay, maybe we should try this. I will not try it. I cannot lie. I will not try. So being able to understand the way you come. And the person might actually have meant that, Helen, for your backache, you need to start wearing a back brace. Full stop. But the person says, oh, I think we should try giving you a back brace first. It's the same thing the person is prescribing, but it's just the way the person is communicating it. And I don't think it sounds professional. If a doctor is telling me, oh, I think we should try, I will not help you try. Common ethics and dilemma in the workplace are also something for you. I was telling the gentleman who sat beside me that we have 17 core values. How do you measure it? How do you know somebody's living minus every other thing you expect of the person? We struggle with 5, 6. You guys have a lot. However, I want to believe that you all hold yourself to this standard. It's a very, very glaring bias, ethical bias. Because then you have to pick and choose which one is relevant. So team A might say they are going to take integrity, leadership, excellence, and respect. Team D will say fairness, hard work, accountability. Everybody will start picking and choosing the one that they feel is most important to their teams. Then HR will now struggle when it's time for appraisal to say, you did demonstrate all these values. But just knowing that they exist and trying to live them are what you need in a professional environment. Continuous self-awareness, holding yourself to the standard, just shows that you are leading by example and you're a person of integrity. Your word is your bond. Even when you're not there, people will say, I know what this person will do. I know what this person can say. Oh, I heard that Helen collected 10,000 naira, sorry, $10 million bribe. Not that cheap. $10 million bribe so that she can verify that this drug works. And Christy can say, I'm not sure. Agatha can say, I am very sure she will not do that. Mr. Adams comes and they tell him, like, who heck, she won't do that. Because I have built myself to a point where everybody knows who Helen is, even when Helen is not there, the way I behave, the way I carry myself. And for me, it's something that I have to remain conscious about. In Tinubu's economy, $10 million makes sense. However, I have to ask myself, if I am doing this, what do I expect of the people I work with? Especially people who are supposed to be looking up to me as well. Who am I when nobody's looking, basically? Okay? Adaptability. Effectively managing a dynamic and agile work environment. Gen Z will test your ability to adapt. You people used to complain about millennials. You haven't started complaining. These children will test it. And they don't understand. And guess what? There's a generation that demands respect the most. And they will tell you, they're not being respectful. They're talking to one another and the person is looking at you like, you're being rude. That was rude. Before you finish talking, that was rude. They'll tell you you have mental health. You need a mental health fix. And it's a thing. Yes. They're affecting my mental health. It's a thing for them. But our ability to be able to understand where they are coming from. They're not going to think the way we think. Somebody said they were born, they came out from their parents' room with computers. That's who they are. But they're very brilliant. Those of them that are smart are smart. Those are not are not. In this day of interviews being online sometimes, remote interviews, or we do it virtually, somebody has shown up an interview without us think like that. He was lying on his bed. And the guy said to us, so let's do this. My friend just entered the meeting. Said, sorry, the candidate didn't show up. But conversations we've had with the person previously, very smart boy, very innovative. He thinks outside the box. The presentation he sent, well researched, well documented, well presented. dude, come and present it. I couldn't understand. Recently, they sent out regret emails, not rejection emails for an interview, and somebody responded. One said, "Oh, I love Jesus." The other one said, "Wahala." The other one said, "Remove." On to the next. Another millennial response and says, "Oh, thank you for the feedback." One of the last sentences would be, "Can we keep your CV if there's a role that will come up in the future that you probably are suited for?" And the person said, "Oh, thank you for the feedback. Yes, you may. However, could you tell me what I did wrong so I don't repeat it?" The Gen Z guy is not waiting for you to tell him what he did wrong, because he's a rock star in his own right. He doesn't care what you want to say to him. You are the problem. Old people, you guys just don't understand. They can't understand how somebody is 40. I've seen something on social media, and the girl was crying that her mom will soon die. Her mom just turned 50. Because her mom is old. But then your ability to understand your younger children or colleagues is a huge skill. Recognizing the importance of personal skills, professions, and being able to explain it to them is another very, very challenging situation. I have a Gen Z that only wants to wear mini anything. If it's a skirt, it has to be very short. If it's a, and then halfway through the AC zone, she's cold. She's looking for what to cover her leg. But if you give her a full-length outfit, I guarantee you the next time you see that outfit, you won't know it. It's called safe air, fresh air. The older generation cannot understand why young people go about with cleavage showing. Why we go about wearing fitted clothes all the time. Why they don't want to wear suits to the office. My parents, when they go to work when I was growing up, father would wake up, wear suit to carry his briefcase every day. We want to wear jeans to work 7 days a week, if there are. Anywhere we are going to, PwC has to remove the suit and call it dress for your day. If you know you have a meeting, dress. The only thing I tell my team is dress the way you want to be addressed. And dress for your day. Especially when you know you have an engagement. You're allowed to wear jeans. How many of you know Providence Bank? They don't wear native to work, even on Fridays. They wear jeans once a week, once a month when they wear their t-shirts. However, there are other banks, NIMR Bank and the rest, allowed to wear Ankara clothes to work. It doesn't mean that the person who works in NIMR Bank is less a being than the person who works in Providence Bank. So when people move from one bank, especially the leadership position, sometimes they struggle. When you want to recruit, for example, let's say Lagos State Lutz can say, I don't want anybody who has worked in Evercare because they are too dramatic. The way they talk to people, I don't like their culture. They say, I don't want anybody from Evercare. That happens, right? But when you get somebody from Evercare because you don't have a children, the person is able to adapt, acclimatize very quickly. That person's skill, that act of being able to adapt is very rare and very, very important. Applying techniques that help you to think on your feet. I think during COVID, nobody thought on their feet more than all of you in this room. The rest of us were just being happy not to get out of the house and then depressed after a week knowing you couldn't go out. Adaptability enhances our ability to be resilient. Having a flexible mindset, being inclusive. We create a personal and professional schedule that balance work, rest, and personal development. How many people believe in something called work-life balance? There is? Really? Thank you very much. It's a myth. It doesn't exist. Work-life balance means work starts at 8, ends at 5. 5:01, you don't think about work again. Till 8 on the dot next week. However, there's something called work-life integration. Meaning, you work when you have to work, you play when you have to play, you rest when you have to rest. I'm sure COVID taught you that during the work day, you can take a power nap and still continue. Employers were the luckiest during COVID. What they did not realize is their staff were working round the clock. Because they take out that 1 hour, I think they'll send the receipt from 12 to 4, you can go shopping. Everybody will rush out. But companies who were very staunch and refused to adapt and say it's work hours, you have to be at your desk. Their staff they've been playing through and see. The staff will sneak out and say, oh, I did not hear my phone ringing. They went shopping. But being able to adapt, creating that balance, and the trainings you get, it's not only your company that is going to train you. You have to find ways to train yourself. Because you're not the only one in the organization. It's not all about you. There will be some trainings you want to do that you will need the support of your organization. But your ability to be able to pick, to say, okay, right now I'm going to do an online course, I'm going to finish my work, I'm going to take a chill pill, all of that boils down to you. Stress management. This is a very hard one because I don't know how we all manage stress. For some people it's having a drink with friends, some people it's sleeping, someone told me it's going to church. I don't know how that's to stress out. I don't know. But it does for some people. For some people it's playing video games. You were working from morning to night, so your brain is on fire, then you go and play video game. Then you see how you can try not to die, especially if it's a war. I don't get it. But it distresses them. So being able to equip yourself with what distresses you is very important. It's a skill you have to learn. Nobody's going to tell you, oh Helen, you need to rest, you're tired. It's something that Helen has to want to do and know how to do it effectively and efficiently. I need to be able to distinguish between just stress, chronic stress, and burnout. For Gen Z, stress is stress. They go from 0 to burnout. There's no in between. Sometimes it's true. Sometimes they're just being clowns. And by saying it's true is, those of them I said who like to work, they work doggedly. They keep working and working and working until just like a computer, they crash. But being able to moderate yourself, understand what your stressors are, will help. In the course of your day, if you take a 5-minute break to go on social media, that might be a distressor for you. Some people say TikToking is a distressor for them. I don't get it. But it works. But being able to distinguish between the different types of stress level you have is also a big help. Because when you are burnt out, you need to consider going on your leave, for example. When you are chronically stressed, maybe you take a few days off, or you go to a spa, you go for a massage, just relax. I'm going to say something and I'm going to deny it 2 seconds after I say it. When you get to chronic stress and burnt out, turn off your phones. If your boss looks for you, I didn't tell you to do that. But sometimes that helps. Not put it on silent, just turn it off. The world won't stop spinning. It will feel like that's the first time you do it. And then when you turn it back on, you're going to have so many messages, somebody's going to call you and scream. But by then, your stress level has reduced. You can take the screaming on, you're like, okay, bring it on. But I didn't tell you to turn off your phone. And still I learned to. Explore time management strategies, for example. Being able to prioritize your work helps. And it's not just your work, your life as well. Because, as I said, it's work-life integration. So you need to be able to balance them and prioritize them. The ability to develop sustainable stress management plan. So, for example, you might say every Wednesday between 12 and 2, you go to a spa. Because Saturday and Sunday you are home with your family, they see stressors somewhere there. So the person who says what they do not mean, and the person who is trying to figure it out, sometimes even figuring out what the person really means is more of a stressor than the person who is actually even thinking of why you're not finding it out. So all of that is make your own personal time. The way you have your quiet times, look for a time during any day. Pick a day, pick an activity that it is your thing. Some people go and play golf once a week, twice a week. That's their distressor. So nobody's going to help you to plan it. HR is not going to come up with initiatives for you. What will help you? If you go and tell her that, oh, I'm stressed, you probably say, sorry. When you get home, drink Panadol and sleep. That's our recommendation. You have to take your own health and well-being into your own hands. Conflict resolution. Working with people is the hardest thing in life. And you are lucky you work more with organisms. You see people for a few minutes and they are gone, right? Some of us have to stay with them for hours and hours and hours. But our ability to address conflict while we remain neutral is also very difficult. Somebody might be known as a troublemaker. However, on that day, that person did not do anything. But you're already biased. Somebody is a professional bully. But on that day, the person was bullied. How do you judge the matter being neutral? It's very hard to believe that this serial bully was bullied. It's very difficult for you to be neutral. Sometimes when you have two people, one person tends to talk faster. Have you met people who are very easy to cry? Nobody wants to commit to your friends. But once you just come to judge the matter, they just start crying. Now the other person who doesn't know how to cry easily now looks like the bad one. When you're trying to get the other person's on, the person crying will not increase volume and start talking. How do you manage? And those things are a big problem. They end up leaving the room saying the person who was wrong, who cannot cry, will say, Agatha is always very biased. She seems to like Helen more. Because every time people go to report to Helen, Helen always comes out smiling. But she's the one doing the bad thing. It's sometimes also the way we communicate with people, the way we listen. And when you start developing the skills to approach conflict, for example, when people come to meet you with the problem and say, hey, you are coming again, automatically you've already said I'm guilty. No matter what I say, even if your judgment is right, the fact that you started with, you are come again. Or, I have noticed that they said you are going to go and do. You've already made up your mind because you've already listened to everything. But if I come into the room and you're trying to mediate between me and somebody and it's okay, so what happened today? You center it to today. What happened now? The ability to remain calm. There's some people that when they are explaining themselves, you think they are fighting with you. They are trying to talk. They are telling you, no, you don't understand. No, listen to me first. And your agency will tell you that when you mediate on their case and you're trying to talk to them, they'll tell you, no, listen to me first. I'm not done talking. There are things that they will say to you. And they're never done talking. So you need to be able to find a balance. Acquire skills to facilitate between dialogues and is that afterwards? Sorry. Okay. Being creative and innovative, as I said. With the act of being creative and innovative, having the flex to develop strategies, is something we need to stop putting ourselves in a box and remaining there. We need to think about new ways of doing something. It might be the same thing, but how do you go about doing the same thing every day? I tell my team, the fact that you're doing recruitment for 3 people doesn't mean it's the same thing. You need to come up with new ways to get the right candidate for the right client so that you get value for their money and you match the right people with the right teams. Critical and analytical thinking. Need I say more? I think that's most of what you will do. Being able to identify common cognitive bias, etc. People management. I think I've talked about this quite a bit in the course. I'm so sorry I'm rushing. The gentleman walking at the back, keep showing time before. Okay. So with people management, it's not just about managing people, etc. It's about motivating them. It's about creating an environment where people feel appreciated, needed, rewarded appropriately. It's a place where people feel safe as well. Your ability to be a good people manager, being a good people manager is what determines whether or not people will go over and beyond for you. Time management. Time management. People have monthly to-do lists. Some have weekly, some have daily. I have two. I have weekly and I have daily. I break down my daily based on my weekly and then tick it off at every point in time. So that's another way of managing. And sometimes I will put my personal life in the to-do list for the day so that I remember to do it. So when you come up with your stressors, put them in your to-do list. It helps you manage time and people. So other skills include problem solving, customer service, creativity and innovation. We talked about that. Negotiation skills, detailed decision making, sales. You guys are selling a service. Doctors sell to me that I'm feeling fine. If you can't sell it to me, I'm not leaving your office. Trust me, I do that. Active listening, relationship management. So please remember that with soft skills, you get respect. Because soft skills, although it gets little respect, people don't think of it as a big deal. It is what will either make or break your career and your person. And last but not the least, some technical skills may get you the job, but it's soft skills that either make you or break you as a manager. So you can choose to just have your accounting certificate, your medical certificate, and put it in the box. If you don't build on your people skills, you're not going anywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. Another round of applause. Thank you so much, Ellen. We are now going to have questions and comments.
Please be nice.
But before we do that, I want to share the lessons learned from my side. I want to ask you a question. I don't know what category of gen I belong to. Is it gen O or A or what? I don't understand.
Lady Bob will answer you.
Okay, gen analog.
No, I didn't say so.
No, my DG said maybe, well, and it's a gender that means what he says. So, I will believe in gen analog. Okay. Like what you said, we need to understand our Gen Z, which I believe we have some among us here. From my personal experience recently, I went to make my hair at a salon. The salon was so comfortable, AC, TV, but I felt uncomfortable. All the ladies working there are young ladies, and the TV was playing music all through. But I felt uncomfortable because to me it was noise. After some time, I said, please reduce this noise. And then they started looking around. Where is the noise? I said, this TV. I said, noise, mom, noise. I said, the music to me is noise. And they said, no, to us is. And they were dancing. Now I understand. Thank you, Helen. It is music. It is not noise. Another thing is, I'm a lady that is from the West. And we have ladies that are also from West, East, and North. Thank you for making us understand that if Gen Z wants to marry, you are maybe from the North or East or West, you want to marry from another region. For example, Yoruba tribe. Let them go and Google how to greet your mother-in-law.
Daddy, but they will forget tomorrow.
Let them go. You can't come to my house as son-in-law and then put your hand like you must kneel down, you must prostrate as a man. So I'm telling the Gen Z, if you're eyeing me as your mother-in-law, please go and go out to greet me. So we have a not so Gen Z among us who is from the East and married a man from the West. And she has done it so perfectly. Anytime she sees me, mommy, she will kneel down in the office. She's my colleague.
It's adaptable.
The couple are here today, and today is their 20th wedding anniversary. I call the wife Ajoke, and I call Kadiri of Ajoke. Ajoke is from the East. He's married to a Egyptian.
She has perfected the skill of
Anytime she sees me, I think Ajoke. She must have googled it very well. And I told you, I always my hand. So just see here, if you are eyeing me as your big mother-in-law, you rather go and learn from someone. So this morning we celebrate the couple. Sit down, Mrs. Kadiri. Please let's stand up. And whatever song we, I don't know. But I have the so there's a message from here. Mrs. Kadiri, so you can taste your weekend. You can say and we render the same for the Ajodi
Thank you very much. Another great one. I think I'm a high member for I think I'm going to attend this year's retreat. I know yesterday another great one. So there's what we call medical advice. And there is the law. It's very easy to break law. If you have good lawyers, you tell truth. The medical advice, if you ignore it, you have broken no law, but what is going to punish you will punish you. The doctors are very careful in choosing their words. And I can tell you today, when we are making diagnoses in medicine, we are never very sure. You say what is the most likely diagnosis, and then if you are not correct, what are the other possibilities, the differentials? When you see a doctor who says you must do this, you must be careful because you told me. That doctor tell you, I think I will not I will not go with their pain. And that doctor is being very careful and very honest with you. So if you see somebody who says, I know it all, is very careful. The doctors always have a diagnosis in mind, and at the back of his mind there are 10, 12 differential diagnoses. And if he really wants to be so 100% sure, and that is actually what you want, you are ready to do all the barrage of evidence. Those that may not be very, very useful at the end of the day and not very cost effective. So, I'm just giving this advice that because the way she said it, I don't know what is going on in the mind of people who are listening to this. That you are before your doctor, you think your doctor is not knowledgeable. Very knowledgeable doctors are usually also very, very careful doctors. And that is the truth of the matter. The one that thinks he knows everything and doesn't look for second opinion, be careful and don't trust your life with them.
So you've answered my question. Now you've completed the training on communication. It's effective communication, as I said. Advice, if you say, oh, I think you should go and do it. But as you said, based on your symptoms and tests, you most likely have X, Y, Z. Let's start there. The way you communicate it to me will build my trust in you as my doctor. But if you say, oh, I think it's this, and the way you say, oh, I think it's this, will make me feel like even you are more confused than when I came. I might go to WebMD, and those ones that they will actually tell you different symptoms that lead to different prognosis as well. So it's how you communicate it to remove bias and build my confidence that will determine whether or not I take it. So as you say, if you tell me you most likely have this based on the tests and the symptoms you are exhibiting, I will listen to you. When you say, oh Helen, I think you have, don't think, check and tell me your medical professional advice. So it's how you communicate it.
And for the doctors in the house, you must practice in such a way that will make an impression on your patient. The way to show you as a doctor that you have made an impression on your patient, your patient leaves your consulting room, and your 2-3 minutes will come back. Doctor, please, I forgot you have made an impression, and you are doing a good one, because he or she wants to see you again. So, once you are, but the truth of the matter today, Ellie, people like you should not come to where I practice. Why? Because 20, 30 patients are waiting for the doctor to be attended to see the doctor. Doctor doesn't have all the time to give all the information that you require for her to look up whether she's seeing the doctor or not. So that is a problem, and that is why I'm a very slow doctor. I probably don't see more than 2 or 3 patients maximum in a day. That's a problem, because I will take time to explain and explain and explain. And they will not want to go. Well, if he leaves, he wants to come back. But I cannot sit in a very busy clinic and have all that time. So you have to choose where to go, big money, and get all the attention that you so that you can build the confidence.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Helen, for the lectures. Also following up on what Mr. Kogu said, when you are consulting and practicing in Nigeria, occasionally when you are too open and too open communicate, you also run into problems. A colleague in the US said he sits at Junior Super Clinic, but he has an Air Force, and after talking to the person, I said the last time I saw a case was when I was doing house job. Yes. We have again the college of no longer practicing in the university. I said, let me confirm that nothing has changed in terms of treatment. I was communicating with the person, and then I opened my laptop just to confirm. And I confirmed that the treatment has not changed. And I took my time to write and I said, I'm also going to refer you to a physiotherapist to continue after your treatment. The lady left. About a week later, Dr. Lowry called me from, he said, what happened? I said, my sister's to you. She said she's not getting better. I said, please ask her to come back to me. I said, what happened? He said, doctor, because we are looking at their computer. I did not, all those things you advised me to do, I did not do them. I went to a chemist and they gave me something. So what I'm saying is that when you are practicing, the context where you are practicing is also important. If you try to communicate with a patient, a doctor, the person I'm talking about has a master, so it's not. I'm trying to communicate and then the person know. I don't think that I can come on last time was my house job and all those. But if I've done a bravado in Nigeria and pretend that I know it all and prescribed, she will go and take them. So what I'm saying is that while you are communicating, one of the three sources I've learned is that when you are practicing in Nigeria, don't be as open as you are be if I'm practicing in the US.
Well, I hope this is not taking more time, but it's an opportunity to say exactly the last statement that Tolina made. In our climate, in terms of medical practice, you have to keep some information from the patient sometimes. In fact, a lot of the time. That 2007, I went to Manchester University Teaching Hospital to learn about kidney transplantation and post-transplant management. The first thing I observed was that the doctor tells the patient, this is Dr. Sarakov from Nigeria, he's a nephrologist, he has come to do blah, 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 blah. You want him to stay in this discussion? Of course, everyone said yes. But when the man was talking to them, somebody who wants to donate kidney, and he was like, well, this surgery is okay, usually nothing happens, but these are the complications, pain, you can go home in 3 days, but then there may be complications of surgery and you can die. And most of the time, they don't blink an eye. They just listen on. And at the end of the day, it's like, so think about this, will you be ready to donate? Of course, they all come back. Now I tell them that in Nigeria. I came back and I said, I've learned new things. Provide all the information. You see, in their plan, if the doctor didn't say that, if something happened, they will sue them. Yeah. That they didn't tell us that. But here in Nigeria, you tell a donor, which we have done before. My colleagues are here, they are still doing it. I always insist. Some people say, I'm ready to donate. I say, no, go back 2 weeks, tell your wife, your friend, your mother, your whatever, that this is what you want to do. If they agree with you, or you agree with them, or you have made up your mind without their consent, you can come back. Then you don't see them again. Just because they told you can die, and you want to go and do that. So you won't find somebody to donate for the patient. And in postgraduate exams, I haven't attended in the last three years or so. We have one station they call communication. And they tell you, how will you bring the news of the death of a relation to the patient? It's one point that we study doctors, because it's not everybody that will just come and say, well, I'm sorry. The one you see in the films, oh, he's dead, we lost him. Somebody can just hold your jugular that way for that information. But they have prepared their mind, they can just really come and say, I'm sorry, this happened, we couldn't save you. And they grieve normally. In our clan, somebody can attempt to lock your neck or tear your dress. And if you are not careful, will too jump down from. So, in our practice, we have to be finding style. You know, you should go like this, but you are now going like this to come. They say, doctor, please tell me what happened. So you are building up. He already, or she started knowing that something terrible has happened. And then we just say, well, yes. And the way they pick it up is different from you just come to tell them, well, we are sorry, we lost it. So these are some of the communication peculiarities that we see in medical practice. Or somebody, you just diagnose somebody to have cancer. And this is a cancer that even if you try to treat, it's like 3 or 6 years, 6 months left for the person. So how do you tell the person to go and start changing his will or her will? Again, they will be able to do that continually. We don't want to die in this part of the world. And we don't want to hear anything death. You cannot say anything to somebody about death. It will change. What do you mean? That you are thinking of me dying? No.
All that boils down to knowing your audience.
Ellen, do you have questions to answer? Okay. That's why, because we are not seeing hands. Okay. So, those two.
Thank you very much. It's been very interesting and very educative. I have a question and I want you to assist me, or maybe assist us. Because some of us who are head of departments and units, we have learned so many things from what you have said. I have particularly taken note of the need for empathy and the need for emotional intelligence. But sometimes you want to enforce discipline. And with this lecture, we are tempted to believe that you need to understand members of your team and then show empathy and the emotionally intelligent. But how do we enforce discipline at the same time? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very enlightening lecture. Disclosure. I think I'm a baby boomer. Or somewhere, I think I'm a baby boomer.
No, you're not.
Between a baby boomer and Gen X.
No, you're not.
Anyhow. But I'm certainly not Gen Z. I think that culture is transmitted. Tradition is transmitted. If not, people lose their entire identity. I believe. I deal with a lot of Gen Zs. As a matter of fact, last night I was on the chat group. I'm just there most of the time, I don't know. And I saw 200 messages. I was trying to go through it. I honestly had no idea what they were saying, honestly. So at the end, I had to call the chairperson and say, please, I don't understand. Just answer me this question like this. Okay. But if we keep allowing them to have their way, we will lose all our cultural identity. Every generation feels that the preceding generation is right. They don't measure up. I felt that my parents were, and I'm sure they felt their parents. And my son feels that I am very old and all that. But we must pass on our cultures, the things that we believe are right. You cannot lounge and come in. My son is in his 20s. When I call him, he will say hello. I will keep quiet. Until he says, okay, hello, ma. Or, hello, mom. That is how it is. I believe that if we keep allowing them, they are Gen Z, I agree that we need to understand them, but I feel that we should pass on our core values to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So she has answered part of our question. Let me take this too. So let me start from Han. You said something at the beginning of your comment question that culture is transmitted. And I said when I was talking that Gen Z are in two different types, those who will work and those who do not. Where do you think that comes from? People who are willing to do the time. It comes from the people that mentoring, coaching, the families they come from, the people they associate with. So if there's a big gap, it is not their fault. We tolerate it. Now, understanding them and tolerating their excesses are two very different things. And that boils down to emotional intelligence. Now, emotional intelligence is being able to decipher which things are right. Linking it to workplace ethics and professionalism, you know that this is the standard in Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. The fact that I'm a Gen Z doesn't mean I should not have integrity or be hardworking or be accountable. However, and that's why I gave you the example about the guy and his supervisor who says, can you do? And the guy said, I can't, and he didn't do it. And I painted her own point of view and his. Who was right, who was wrong? If she was patient to have listened, she probably would have heard him say, oh, I can't do it, and this is why I can't do what you want me to do. And it might have been the genuine reason. But she wasn't patient. The fact that you love your children doesn't mean you won't discipline them when they err, right? You try not to be, nowadays they say flogging children is a criminal offense. Child abuse. However, that does not mean a child should stray. You won't spare the rod and spoil the child. So it boils down to the environment. So it boils down to the whole workplace culture. You already know what you're expected to do, when you're expected to do it, and how you're expected to do. For every action, there's a reaction. For every non-action, there is a reaction. Being understanding and letting people get away with being with trivial or wrong things, you're not doing them any service, you're doing them a disservice. And some of them actually know when they're doing something wrong. And the fact that you let them get away with it, you don't even have respect or regard for you anymore either. So you have to find the balance. If you're able to find that balance, adapting is what sets you apart from every other person.
A round of applause for them. Thank you so much. I've been transformed to not Gen Z, to millennial. Courtesy of our millennials here.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much. Just to buttress what Gigi has said, in this climb, nobody wants to die, but we all want to make heaven. Maybe by transit bus. We were praying for a man that was celebrating his 90th birthday. He said, I was saying you will spend many more years. The man said, Amiyo. Even at 90. When he was saying the Amiyo, as if his life depended on it. And I looked around, 90, my goodness. Another 30-something years, I'm afraid. In this Nigeria, the man doesn't want to go. But when we now say, hey, Baba, you will make heaven. Hey, Amiyo. You will make heaven, but you don't want to die. That's all by what means. Maybe our doctors will tell us. Maybe there are alternatives. Thank you so much, Helen. God bless you. So, I will hand over to one of our millennials to continue the moderation of the program.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning. So we're going to go into presentation, and to present the next topic, corporate marketing and communication. From the corporate marketing and communication, we would like to call Mrs. Bolanle Yasin, aka Manager General.
My name is Ati Bolani, speaking for corporate marketing and communication, which is the commercial
Go there now. Go there. So that you can use Bolanle. that you can use it. Go to the podium. You need to take it. You can
currently I do facility management and marketing of facilities that which is the auditorium, the car park, the conference room, and the central room, which is meant for lodging. Our products. This is the facility sitting in the serene and secure environment, which is our unique selling point. Our revenue profile for the year. Last year we had a low turnout in our car park generation. But this year with the help of, we were able to reach out to our existing, we are able to reach out to our current and existing customer clients to come and patronize the car park. So by so doing, we are able to have an increase in our income generation. So also the income at the researcher suits and the house increased greatly. Our achievements improved patronage, retainership of our clients. We had clients like the West African Postgraduate Pharmacy College, NHIA, radiographers. We are always there to patronize us this year. Improved income generation from the previous slide. You can see our income improved greatly. Capacity building. Thanks to our DG, for the first time our stars we are able to get an in-house training both within and outside of the institute, which has also go a long way for us. Then our challenges, which is low maintenance response to work orders placed. Whenever we have issues in the facilities, we tend to have difficulties contacting our maintenance officers to come and look into it, which has really affected our service delivery to our clients. Wait for continual improved synergy among other units and departments. That's this regards the flow of communication when there's need to use our halls, our facilities. We hope to get better communication from other units and departments so as to make room for better preparations of the halls and the rest. Continuous staffing in order to get proper, in order for the staff to be able to deliver properly their duties, there's need for continuous training of the staff. Then we hope to activate our online booking platforms on the NIMR website so as to be able to make room for our clients to get easy access to our facility bookings.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't forget our time. Call the next person.
Thank you very much. So to present for the planning department, we'd like to call on Mrs. Ikem as your chair.
I just give this way, so you stand there. Unless you cannot see out, they don't want you alongside.
Good morning, the Director General, sir. Dear excellent and distinguished adjunct professors here present. Good morning, my fellow colleagues. Before, I know my time is going, but I want to use this opportunity to say thank you. I am very grateful for the love, for the time that you have shown me. I'm actually looking for more of my sisters that will come to Yoruba. So, my name, as stated, is Nkem Benedict Ajoke Kajim. I don't need that Ajoke. So, I am presenting for the planning department, which was established in November 2020. We have a staff strength of 6 already. This is our outline. Planning is the process of determination and implementation of collectively decided strategies, interventions, activities towards achieving predetermined institutional objectives. This is fundamental, actually, and is a fundamental management function handled by the department. Therefore, planning by way of definition, by way of activities, is saddled with the discharge of unique duties and functions as enshrined in the Institute's and National Scheme of Service. In fact, it is one of the service departments in all the MDAs and attestation to its relevance. These are the ongoing activities in planning department. The department performs corporate and strategic planning functions in the Institute. This includes coordination of the Institute's strategic plan, implementation and reporting. That one also involves monitoring of the department or the units to ensure they deliver on their mandate. Coordination and preparation of the Institute's annual report, liaising with relevant bodies and organizations outside NIMR on policy and planning matters for relevant updated information for the notification of the management. These are our achievements. We have successfully organized, produced, and distributed the 2022 annual report. Successful hosting of visiting organizations, schools, agencies, and parastatals. Formulation and preparation of long, medium, and short-term development plans of the Institute. Facilitation of meetings leading to MOU drafting, signing, and partnership collaboration formulations in the Institute. Promotion of NIMR through good representation with prospective collaborative organization. Our challenges, they are myriad like this. The department is not involved. Even our DGs also. The department is now involved in the planning of the Institute's programs, projects, and activities like annual retreats, conferences. Inadequate skilled staff. The department is in dire need of competent hands to excel in the discharge of its core duties. Lack of adequate logistics, among other facts, to have the desired in-house trainings as recommended by the Director General, because to do this we need money and we have to invite people from outside to come and do the training for us. Way forward. The Director General's magnanimity in ensuring that the planning department is not left out of events that go on in NIMR has led to it standing firm on its feet today. With its continued intervention, the department will outdo its past achievements. There is a pity our DG will soon leave us. And it's paining us. The streamlining and clarity of the functions of the department. The availability of appropriate, competent, and skilled personnel to enhance the department's capacity to grow and function more efficiently and effectively. 2024 work plan. Regular training of planning department staff for improved understanding of its core mandate and performance of same efficiently. Continuous monitoring and review of the implementation of the strategic plan. Liaise with relevant ministries and policy and planning matters for management information. We intend to carry out any other assigned duties by the management. We have people that came to NIMR on excursion, schools this year. One among them is Green Park Montessori School, Surulere. Second is Student Secondary School at Ikorodu. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for listening. I'm so grateful.
Thank you. So we'll call on Dr. Olajide Shobande to present for NIMR Foundation. Please, the time starts when your slide comes on.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, CG, and everyone. Please permit me to start an existing protocol.
Dr. Shobande, please go there and use the, go to the podium and use the left hand.
All right. So I think the DGA has made my work very easy because most of the reports yesterday actually had most of the things that I'm supposed to speak about. I believe that to a large extent, most of us are familiar with NIMR Foundation already. And what we do essentially is maybe like a stopgap measure, if I may say, pending when the other things that the DG mentioned yesterday are going to come in place. But essentially, NIMR Foundation exists to sort of complement the government funding that is available for research and also work to do advocacy and all of the other things that are necessary to build capacity for translational research in Nigeria. In terms of the activities that we're focusing on currently, the key things that we're doing are majorly the grantsmanship and the mentorship training program. And for this year, I think one of the key things that we've done in terms of progress that we've made is to sort of change how we have approached the mentorship and the grantsmanship and mentorship training program, which we have found to be very useful. So some of the key changes that we've adopted is, number one, to break it down and actually include training on systematic and scoping reviews for the fellows. Oh, I mentioned fellows. Part of the changes that I'm also talking about is also that in addition to just doing the 3-week training that we mentioned, we've gone beyond just doing the training to now turning it into a fellowship program, so that we are following them up for a minimum of 1 year after the program to ensure that they are actually making progress in terms of the key outcomes and outputs, so to say, that we've identified in the monitoring and evaluation framework for the foundation. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So for this year, part of the things that we've done, we had a training in October for a cohort of 30 candidates from across all the nation. The 6 geopolitical zones, and it was a very, very useful one. For the cohort that we had last year, part of the things that we're also doing is that they are also working on publishing their 2 of them are doing a systematic review, and another 2 groups are doing a scoping review. For the one for this year, we had a total of 6 groups. They are broken into 6 groups, and 5 of them are doing systematic review, and one is doing a scoping review. And all of this is actually gingered towards at the end of the day, that these people will have key skills, especially in identifying what the problems are, leading up to a grant application. They are, in addition, also doing primary research, which is going to come up after they've done the systematic review and published. In addition, for this year, we made progress in terms of the funding that we had. Till date, the funding that we have with UTL has grown, I've made additional 37.4 million naira. And we also got additional grant of 150 million naira from the institute as part of the research funding that came. So that was a very big one. Thanks to them for that. Like I said, we're also looking to expand the staff that we have at the level of the foundation, because there's a lot more commitment in terms of what is required in following up the fellows. For next year, the things we are looking at are definitely that we are following up, still working with the fellows that we have 60 now. We are going to do an evaluation, some kind of midterm evaluation next year to really see the progress that we've made so far. And then, of course, for next year, we have 2 grantsmanship and mentorship training program planned, one in April and then the other one in September. So meaning that we're going to potentially be able to train 60 fellows next year. So I believe that will be a lot of progress, and we have committed funding for that. The other thing that we also plan to is to also try to find out to use more innovative methods to try to, especially looking at crowdfunding and crowdsourcing, to really be able to get funding for the foundation. Those are the things that we plan to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So to present for NIMR's legal unit, we'll call on NIMR representative of Lord May, Barrister Namdi.
Your Excellency, the DG of NIMR, unlike my learned friend, the guest speaker for yesterday, I crave your leave to rest on the existing protocol, and I assure you I will not break it. The legal unit. The legal unit performed, it was created in 2019 August, and it performs litigious and non-litigious functions for the institute. Litigious, going to court, liaising with our external solicitors, that's Adetola Kazim, Senior Advocate of Nigeria Law Firm. Our ongoing activities include review of agreements, drafting, and proffering of legal opinions. It's obvious that most of the contractual documents that NIMR has are MOUs, and the reason is not far-fetched. The Supreme Court in the case of BPS Engineering and Construction Limited, but its Federal Capital Territory, held that an MOU is not a legal binding document. However, there are circumstances, or there is a circumstance where an MOU can be legally enforceable, and that is when the parties intend legal enforceability by virtue of the contents of the MOU. And that's why we scrutinize our MOUs and agreements before the DG executes. The Institute has some cases pending in court. I may not bore you with the facts of the cases, but I'll try to recapitulate them. This is NIMR versus Chukwudepo. This case has been lingering. It's a case instituted against the Institute by the claimant Chukwude. He claims reinstatement and some damages. Unfortunately for him, his employment was terminated prior to confirmation. I was in the witness box at the National Industrial Court last month because I'm the sole witness for the Institute. So they examined me in chief, and I was also cross-examined. The matter was adjourned for adoption of addresses then before judgment. We are optimistic that the case goes in our favor because the facts of the case are very obvious. We have the case of Philip Anochi and NIMR. This is currently pending on appeal, and the matter is currently stalemate. No progress has been made for a long time. The Court of Appeal hasn't communicated us, and we are not in a hurry because we are not the appellant. We are merely responding. So anytime they call us, we go and file our brief. This is Engineer Osemenai Keka and NIMR Profit Digwe and AIDS Prevention Initiative Nigeria Limited by Guarantee. This matter is one of the cases we've gotten judgment delivered in our favor. At the time, the court referred it to arbitration, mediation at the Lagos State Multi-Door Courthouse. So we succeeded in mediating the institute and Professor Digwe out of the case. And we filed the terms of the settlement in court for the court to adopt it as a consent judgment, so that no party goes back tomorrow to court to litigate or relitigate on the matter. So that's one of the achievements of the unit so far. We have the case of Lagos State Government versus NIMR. This is a case that has suffered a serious setback, ranging from change of court, change of judges, and the rest. To also the files of the case were affected by the arson that befell the Lagos State Judiciary during the NSAS. But currently the matter has been assigned to a new judge. We're waiting to get a new date from the court. This is another case that is very interesting. A suit filed by Philip Anochi against Professor Uja, Professor Tomori and Abubakar, Professor Abubakar. Professor Uja was in the witness box 2 months ago at the FCT High Court, where he was examined in chief and was also cross-examined. The matter was adjourned for Professor Tomori to come to court and give his evidence before adoption of addresses. Our targets are to ensure that all contractual documents wherein NIMR is a party undergo a legal scrutiny before execution, to ensure that all the administrative actions and inactions of the institute are in tandem with extant applicable rules and laws, especially the public service rules, to promptly submit to the AG of the Federation our report in compliance with the FIR Act. Our achievements, we've gotten the judgment I talked about, though it is a consent judgment we want to get applied for, but the matter has been discontinued against the institute and Professor Idigwe. Although most of our cases are still in court at trial, pre-trial, and post-trial stages, but for laymen, for lay people, until you get a judgment in a case, you've not done anything. But we've made appreciable progress in most of our cases. Most of them have visited their hitherto stages. Most of them are conclusion of trial stages, adoption of addresses, waiting judgment. Challenges. I get to say that we don't have a challenge. And it's not, I'm not trying to flatter the bridge, it's not flattery at all. Because he has risen up to the occasion of ensuring that he timelessly responds to our needs. And this may be the last retreat the DG may be present in. And I want to use this medium to tell him my mind. A wise saying goes that you may forget what a man says. You can also forget what a man does. Or you hardly forget the way a man makes you feel. The DG has made the legal unit feel very well. By extension, he has made me feel so comfortable. And I don't take it for granted. Thank you very much, the DG. Thank you.
My Lord.
Good morning, the Director General, esteemed guests, members of the NIMR community. I'm presenting on behalf of the Servicom Unit NIMR. Servicom is the service compact or agreement between the federal government of Nigeria and Nigerian citizens. This arose as an initiative from a 2004 retreat that was held between His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo, ministers, heads of parastatals, and heads of agencies. And during that retreat, attention was paid to the fact that Nigerians were not satisfied with the way public service was reaching them. Public service being the only point of contact between the majority of people and governance. And so the inefficiencies, inadequacies, delays, and the attitude of service delivery was a matter of concern. Public service to the people was seen as a favor and not an obligation. And so His Excellency and his ministers decided that something had to be done about it, and that it was necessary to deliver public service to meet and exceed the expectations of Nigerians. So in 2004, going to 2005, an act was established and the office of Servicom was established in the presidency. Servicom to operate as a network with Servicom in the presidency, Servicom at the different ministries, Servicom departments, and each ministry, under each ministry, Servicom units at all parastatals. And so Nigeria Institute of Medical Research also keyed into this initiative. And I would like to say that it was the DG who midwifed this process, gave birth to the baby, and made sure it survived with a very good APGAR score. Of course, the legwork was done by the President Acting Director of Administration, Mr. Bitrus. But it's important to mention that this was the DG. And because of that, you will see that when we get challenged, you will see there's hardly anything to say. Now, all Servicom activities are based on the principles of conviction that Nigeria can only realize its full potential if citizens receive good service, a dedication to providing quality services efficiently, cost-effectively, and that meet and exceed the wishes and aspirations of Nigeria. This requires a paradigm shift from doing things as if you are doing a favor to the citizens to doing things because the customer is at the center. Customer-focused public service. So the public servant is now obligated to serve the citizens as though they are the center of the means of what he's doing. Of course, that is not to say that you don't also have to please your boss like we used to do in the past. You must please your boss and also please your customer. If you don't please your boss, maybe that promotion vacancy will not appear. Next slide. So, based on these principles, we have several ongoing activities. Now, most of these activities are obligatory for every Servicom unit. They are established by the Servicom National. I am supposed to do all these things. One is to do the sensation programs, to create awareness in your community about Servicom and what it does. But for us here in NIMR, what Servicom unit does is that it interacts with service delivery points in two different ways. One way is to address customer complaints to try and fill or bridge service delivery gaps. The other way is in terms of initiating innovation, new ways in which service delivery can be better done. To understand it so that when customers don't understand it and there's a miscommunication, Servicom can come in and ensure that there's proper, open, and effective communication. The other way, of course, is that through this continuous interaction, it fosters team building between Servicom and the service delivery points. One other important statutory thing we do is we engage in the ministerial retreats and ministerial meetings. This is because the way Servicom is designed as a network. The National Servicom Office and the Presidency connected to the Servicom departments in all the ministries, and each ministry has Servicom units in all its parastatals, and they're all connected, so it's a network. That's why the head of the Servicom unit is usually called a nodal officer, and not just a head of unit. So that's why it's a nodal officer. I must commend the last nodal officer, and also this also shows
why it's important that the head of the institute should drive the process. Because Servicom in NIMR was established in 2020, and within 8 months, it has delivered the Institute Service Charter. The Institute Service Charter is like the Bible that guides what Servicom does. It tells the public, it's a public document, or it's meant to be a public document. It guides what the Institute does. It states what the obligations of the Institute are to its customers, and what its expectations are from its customers. Now, there are many older Servicom units that are still using paper. They are struggling. They've not really articulated their service charter. But I can tell you, within 8 to 9 months, pushed by the DG, with the work of the former noble officer, this Servicom unit was able to deliver the service charter. And that was very important. So the ongoing activities are still in line with what I've said. Now, some of the achievements have to do with what have been done. In 2023, the unit was able to conduct 2 sensation programs. This is mandatory because Servicom is always evolving. What is required of Servicom service delivery is always evolving because service delivery is always evolving. In those days, it was typewriter, now it's computer. Then there's e-governance, e-economy. So there's need to continuously sensitize the public and also subsidize the service deliverers on how best they can serve their community in keeping with what is prevalent at that stage. Capacity building for the unit was also done. 4 members benefited. Now this is very important because Servicom has a training arm. And it is expected that those of you who are into HR will know this. People who don't practice will not want to go for training. Because it's only when you're active that you realize you need to know more. You realize your deficiencies. So Servicom National will know that a particular Servicom unit is not active because the members don't go for training. You're going for training shows that you're active and you recognize your needs, where you need to develop skill. You would know you need to develop that skill if you're not active. And so that's why we prioritize training of members of the unit. Servicom NIMR also conducted in-house capacity building for the Servicom representatives. Now the Servicom representatives are members of the service delivery points who are like support staff or who support the work of the Servicom unit. They are supposed to be on ground at the service point because to address customer complaints and to also give us feedback. Because we know that most people may not want to write and drop in the complaints box. Some people don't want to make phone calls. But if they see somebody they can talk to immediately. Sometimes the customer's complaint is just they want somebody to hear him out. So the Servicom rep will serve that purpose. If it is just to say, I don't like this, and that customer is okay, he has made his point, he's ready to go. Sometimes problems arise because they fester, they're allowed to stay. But with the rep, right at the service delivery points, the intention is that there's somebody that the customer can talk to immediately. And at times, the problem is one that can be solved within minutes and doesn't have to fester. They don't have to call the Director General or whoever. It's solved and the person goes away. All he wants is he wants to be satisfied. So to also help these representatives, we've provided special ID tags that they can make them more visible and recognizable. Challenges. Now this was the most difficult slide to prepare. I can assure you because the Director General has been involved and providentially made it possible that, of course, the growing unit, the challenges that would have been challenges were already provided for in terms of advanced solutions. So I want to thank him for making it so easy. That is why we can only talk on telephone. Because the unit members of the unit are using personal phones. The unit itself, the office itself, does not have a government phone, so to speak, for conducting government business. That is possibly the only thing. The other things are growing up. So as you grow, you will begin to solve and build up capacity. Next slide. So how do we want to advance? We want to continue building capacity. We've said that it's a requirement by Servicom and we've explained the need. We also want to work with, especially the works and maintenance unit, more closely. They say if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with others. I want to go with works and maintenance because part of customer service is allowing people to know where they are. For instance, the new building, the e-library. The other day I was going to the second floor, I ended up on the 10th floor. because there's no way to say which floor you're on. I was moving so fast. And I said, I'm a staff. I wonder what visitors will, they probably will get to the top floor and realize they should be on the first floor. So we also want a zone where we can work with them to improve the signage and also the reception areas. There's also need for regular participation at SEPCOM meetings and to improve funding for capacity building. My time is up? Yes. Oh. Okay. I'm a Gen Z, we don't know. Gen Z before them keep time. I'm Gen Z. I'm Gen Z, sorry. We don't know time. Thank you, Gen Z. So, can we have questions and comments? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. My own comment is exactly. Are you here? Exactly. My own comment is on the researcher suit. You know, I use it a lot, but I think we need to be careful. Otherwise, it becomes like vocal. Why I'm saying so is because we need to screen the. Yes, it's important to make money, but also we need to start screening people who come to that researcher street. I'm beginning to see people who are not researchers, who are not academicians, who have no serious business coming to the place, and it's beginning to turn the place like it is local. We need to know that place is supposed to be for purely academic. If we create a need for ourselves, we can get enough serious people who will be placed, and then people who work with you. When you enter the way they dress, some of them dress like house girls and house boys, and it's not pleasing to somebody who comes in there. I come there at irregular time to see my guests there, but some of them are, and then the cleaning of the rooms. It's like the other day I entered that toilet, beautiful toilet in what is the ground floor when you enter it. But what they kept, all those cleaning things, they kept that made a beautiful place. And I called the place and said, please remove this. And the place looks, so I think you need to put an eye there or put somebody, you alone might not do it, who will do spot checks and ensure that the rooms things are the way they are supposed to be. And then screen people who use the place, you need to screen them. It's not everybody who comes there with money. You need to accept. Please, thank you very much.
So, like you can see, there's a change in plans. You want to have questions and comments, go for table, then come for the other. Thank you. Dr. Shubhanje, the foundation. Is it here? My question is actually. Sorry, Dr. Shubhanje. Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, what do you think with your monitoring and evaluation of your success? What is success to you, particularly for the grantmanship, training and mentoring? I'm asking because I think you might need to look at maybe short-term, mid-term, and long-term success. Because I think on the final analysis, what would constitute success to me if they now begin to win grants themselves. So over time, if you can actually monitor them, amongst those you have trained, are they also now writing grants and winning grants, and maybe even making such trainings for others as well? Does it make sense? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to toe the line of elder statesman, Professor Adibola. And I want to start by I want to start by commending NIMR for the vision of instituting a NIMR Foundation. This is because when I saw the advertisement for the 2023 GMTP fellows, my initial response was that maybe NIMR staff are not eligible. That was my thought. But thank God I asked some questions. I approached Professor City and said, what do you feel? Are NIMR staff eligible for this? And he said, why not? If NIMR staff have the criteria, what stops them from being eligible? And thank God I had that question. So I applied. And surprisingly, I got a response that I was eligible. And that's why I had the opportunity of wanting to say what I want to say now. It's really impactful. In fact, what we learned for that 21 days was really intensive and impactful. And how I wish others from different parts of the country were here to testify. But since they are not here, I will bring that on their behalf. And luckily, 3 of us are from NIMR. Dr. Enya was there and Dr. Idasi. So what we have seen there is that, why not for this effort from NIMR, a lot of people were not having that capacity to do what we are taught. So it's really a very impactful exercise. So what next now is how to step down those things that we have acquired at the training, and we are already planning on that to do that at NIMR level. But one thing I want to seek clarification on, based on what Mr. Subania said, Dr. Subania said, is the sabbatical. You mentioned something about sabbatical. I don't know, Professor. You mentioned something about sabbatical. I don't know whether sabbatical for people to come and do it in NIMR or for NIMR staff to go and do it somewhere. Please, a little clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Response from Mrs. Ate, then Dr. Shubande.
Concerning guests that we check, I do screen them before giving them space in the room. I make sure they are in the academic section of NIMR. Then, most of the times, what we have outside this is either from the staff in NIMR that is referring them to the research associate. And just for the cleaning, we hope to do better. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much for your questions, sir. The result framework, or what constitutes success for us, is rightly along the lines that you have defined, the things that you said, because we have the immediate output, which is, the number of candidates trained and all of the other things that we're measuring, and then we have the outcome over the midterm, and then over the long term, what we refer to as part of the impact that we're looking for. For us in the short time is getting people to have the training on how to be able to do a systematic review and eventually be able to write a grant proposal. And we're already getting that even from the people from 2022, because we have at least 2 of them that are written to us that they are at the final stage of their third fund proposal. They submitted to third fund, and I think they are in Abuja this week for the final part of it. So we hope that they are going to get a positive response. Another one submitted for a funding outside the country. One got a 5,000 small grant last year. So we have success coming in terms of that. But over the long term, of course, we are looking at people winning grants, specifically targeting NIH grants. That's the big dream that we have, and that's what we're working on. And then over time, we also have some self-sufficiency in terms of also looking at funding from the local sources, and then, of course, that emphasis on homegrown solution. People actually using the result of their research to actually address the health and health-related problems of Nigeria and addressing it within our own context. Yeah. So that's very key. In terms of the sabbaticals that Dr. Rahim mentioned, so in the original frame of things, we had 3 thematic areas that we wanted to work on, or maybe let me say 5, if we subdivide it. We had planned that we were going to give scholarship for people to undertake PhDs. and medical fellowship trainings. And then we also had plans for travel grants, and then of course this grantsmanship training, and then of course sabbaticals and postdocs. But because we couldn't get the quantum of funding that we had initially planned, which was supposed to be a 10 billion endowment fund, and a small calculation about that was that we were going to, if you have 10 billion, and then you get an annual return of at least 8%, that means we'll have 800 billion to work with every year. But of course, that's not the situation. So, based on the resources that we have at the moment, you remember that I mentioned that for the period between last year and this year, we only made 37 million naira extra on the money we have. So there is not so much to go around. So we decided that in the first instance, we focus on the grantmanship and the mentorship training program, and then over time, broaden it to now include the postdocs and then the other things, and then of course sabbaticals. And the sabbaticals essentially at the institute, people coming over to the institute to come and do research along the research agenda that we've identified. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We've come to the end of the first session for this morning because our tea break was ready over 30 minutes ago. So for this first session, like we learned about open communication yesterday, today is about soft skills, understanding one another, and I believe that we are benefited. I was even made to understand one of my people here. I was complaining to him, this one, where is he? Where is he? He's so restless. I don't mind you. He's a pediatrician. Because he works with children. That's why he's so restless. Agile and very strong. So now I understand him. I won't complain with him. So we are having 2 service points for our tea break. Yesterday we had one because of the rain. And this place was so congested. So today we are having one here and one there. So maybe the first row here will go like this, and then the last row there will go like this. But let's make it snappy so that we can continue because we are far behind time. So the DG sir, your favorite, and our distinguished guests, our moderators, our consumers, and the IT person. Then the row at the back, because you were shortchanged yesterday. So we are considering it first. Even though I consider it first. So please, up. There's the last row, Please, let the OB and phone. We are waiting. While there, take your question and come back. I'm not there. Let's make it snappy.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I said it's not this way. Yesterday was something.
So there was a day like we went to from my master. She went to so I wanted to pray. I wanted to pray to the hand of the printer at the he wasn't working that day. Scholars were so people from so when she has you tell her how to work, but you try not to call that she don't know something kids what I spent on that one is this 100,000 because the back page of my school is college when it is what I was send it everywhere I keep saying, but it was after that this was so at the first I thought the issue was that that was just so that day as we were thinking I kept holding it and the documents were coming out from the printer so that you know, so actually the thing was full because I can't then go to paper it for so I heard it. It happened. So something that's why I said this. And the point she came, I was watching it. And she was echoing, so I wanted to see what I actually did. I didn't even know if anything. I don't know what to say. My best lecture, so I'm not saying what is wrong with that? Everything is you're wanting to put us and that was, because sometimes she opens my email on my system. They have my why do you time it? Why do you time it? On my way to my session,
Please, if you care for second round, you have to clear the table. Don't be shy. Second round, please, so that we can start. Please, if you care for second round. Let's finish finish the one. If you care for second round, please. Yeah, please go. We need to finish yogurt, drinks, pastries.
Go and take it. Oh, no.
We have 10 minutes to do that. Please collect and come in so that we can start.
I only want fruit. But sorry, you really go for juice. Go for juice.
The chair is important.
Ẹni káwọn tó wà nípa ọwọ́ lé gbogbo ọmọ owó ẹ̀wọ̀n ìyàwó tó wà nípa ìwé ìgbésí àwọn ẹgbẹ́ kò síta ẹgbà bóyá wọ́n ṣe ẹ̀dọ̀ tó ṣẹ̀fọ́ àwọn náà wọ́n yọ ọ̀nà tó ṣe wọ́n tó débi tó ní ó ti ká fún wọn ní sọ́ọ̀ ẹ̀fọ́ wọn tí wọ́n jù bóyá jẹ́ máa ń rò níta. Ṣé ẹni nígbà kan mọ́nítọ̀ sábẹ́sì ó tó tí sẹ́kù ló tó sẹ́kù àti sẹ́yìn àpàǹtì láti tó bẹ́ẹ̀ lára. Everybody will have
So good afternoon once more. I guess we need to continue. So the next presenter is Mr. Buka, Procurement Unit. Mr. Buka, okay, please come. Please let's encourage him. Round of applause. I will be representing Mr. Buka, head of Procurement Unit.
10 minutes. 10 minutes, so that they don't cut you. No, it's
Thank you.
when it's 10 minutes, the computer will stop it. So,
In the spirit of
when it's 10 minutes, the computer will
mentorship
stop
and in
it.
line with the career development principle, Mr. Wade, the procurement officer, will procurement presentation on
Let
that.
them move there. Move to the left hand there, and then
Let me lean on the already established order of protocol. My name is Adewale Rahim. Okay. Next.
what's happening?
Let me begin by way of introduction. The procurement unit is saddled with the responsibility of procuring public goods, works, and or services, both consulting and non-consulting, for the institutes through the third party on behalf of federal governments for the purpose of national development. One very big question one begin to think here is how would the public procurement lead Nigeria to a level of national development? But the simple truth is, every procurement process, every procurement due diligence is a determinant of our national development. The main objective of procurement units are to support the institutes in achieving her product goals and specific objectives. 2, to develop and maintain strong relationship with user departments, unit as well as other relevant stakeholders. In public procurement, the list of stakeholders cannot be exhausted, because here we are talking about the use of public money, which belongs to all of us, not you and not even me, but all of us. That is why we cannot exhaust the list. 3, to position the units toward effective and efficient service delivery in line with NIMR strategic plan 2022 to 2026. Ongoing activities in procurement units. The role of procurement unit as defined by the Act establishing it encompasses 9 basic related activities or functions that makes and complete the public procurement cycle. The public procurement cycle, which start from start to finish, begins with efficient procurement planning driven by needs assessments, appropriation, advertisement, and in that order up to the level of implementation. Which it should be noted here that we are talking about 9 basic set of related functions.
Don't press. Let them manage it for you. Don't press.
The 9 sets of related functions are stated based on the extent of implementation of NIMR strategic plan. They are stated in this table and are aligned based on the strategic plan of the institutes.
David, manage it for him. So, press.
Come down after the table. our achievements during the year under review, the unit has been able to successfully complete over 95% of the requests received, and we have fitted 198 contracts to date across all fronts for both research and non-research projects. The unit was also able to secure all executive approvals and has successfully implemented almost all the institute projects under the year under review for 2023 capital budget appropriation, for both capital and constituency. Based on the smart thinking of the Director General, the two of the unit's members based on the smart thinking of the Director General, who believe that if you know better, you do better. The two of the unit members of the staff have successfully attended and completed and on-the-job training. We believe by this, there will be higher productivity. Our challenges, just like we have been singing right from the day one, one is improper documentation and presentation of requests by the end users. Two, unnecessary interferences with the procurement function by those not statutorily responsible. Delays in the procurement, delays in the processing of payments to contractors after successful completion of project and submission of requests for claims. Delay in budget implementation due to delays in release of capital and securing executive approvals, and inadequate staffing of the units. The unit is currently in need of a clerk. Way forward. For us to move forward in the year 2024, the NIMR would always liaise with the procurement units to be guided on public procurement principles and procedures. There is also need for those who are illegally interfere with the responsibility of the procurement units to desist and be guided on matters of government procurement. A breach and infringement of the Public Procurement Act and procurement regulation cannot validate any personal opinion or internal policy. Those concerned with payments should also try to reduce bureaucracy involved, which results to delay in one or more stages of payment process that makes the whole process of payment longer to complete. There is also need for management to draw the attention of those in authority concerning the approval for their urgent attention to take note of the project timelines and treat all matters relating to project implementation expeditiously. Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Rai. The next presenter is Professor Rosemary, and she's going to talk on anti-corruption and transparency unit. Okay, represented by Mrs. Akita. Please let's encourage her.
Thank you, Dr. and our distinguished guests, and all three of my colleagues here present. I say good afternoon. I'm here to make a representation on APTU. And APTU is Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit of the Institute. Actually, APTU is an extension of ICPC in the MBAs. That is the ministry departments and agencies. We are just representative of an extension of the ICPC. And what do? We help them even to fight corruption. You know, corruption is endemic in the nation, and we've been talking about it. There is need even to fight it. So APTU is an extension of ICPC in NIMR, not only in NIMR but in other MBAs to fight that corruption. These are the members of APTU in NIMR. You can see from the chair down to the secretary. In the course of the year 2023, we carried out so many things, activities, just to make sure that there is a sensitization on the need to fight this corruption, on the need to deal with this corruption. So one of the things we did was there was a training workshop for the staff of NIMR, and the theme of that training was entrenching integrity in the workplace. There was a representative of the ICPC that came to talk to us on that. Then there was also something we did that we call system review in the institute. You can see we reviewed the main store, the clinical diagnostic department store, and the CHVG store. And what is the objective of this review? It is not to wish hunt anybody, but rather is to promote better performance and service delivery. There were things that we pointed out, and we have to tell the management, and we believe that they will rise to the occasion. Then the ICPC Integrity and Compliance Scorecard assessment took place in the institute. A team of the ICPC, you can see it's ongoing. They came to check so many books. It was really very tedious. And at the end of the exercise, the results was published in the national dailies. And as you can see, NIMR ranked 45 out of 404 institutions that participated. It's worthy for us to clap for ourselves. We did very well. We ranked 45 out of 404 institutions, and we were the second in our sector. That is the research institution. Then also there are training of APTU members, just like we pointed out, for effectiveness. There is need for continuous training. So a team of the ICPC also came to train the APTU members on what is expected of us, and also to tell us how we can go about achieving this corruption-free environment in NIMR. Also, NIMR marked the International Anti-Corruption Day in the Institute. The International Anti-Corruption Day comes up every 9th of December of every year. But because being a Saturday, NIMR marked its own on 11th. That is just this Monday that just went. And I knew that most of you heard our noise. So what are we saying? We are still saying we have zero tolerance to corruption. We are still saying that no to corruption in the nation. And I know that one day this fight against corruption will be won in Nigeria. Amen. And that before I go, there is something also we do. We call it Integrity Award. In fact, there is supposed to be an Integrity Award here. But it's not going to happen this year because we couldn't find anybody in NIMR worthy of that award. Most of us come there. I was listening, we said, and we are thanking people that even helped us to get one gift or the other. But none of you came to register it in my office. You are actually supposed to come. If they give you something, anywhere you go, you will come and register it. So we saw nobody that next year there will be opportunity for that integrity award.
You are no longer my wife. You are not aware of the register. You are no longer my wife.
Thank you, Mr. Peter.
After that.
We don't know what to say, sir.
The Integrity Award, we sent letters to the heads of departments and units. Heads of departments and units. We sent to them to identify people who have stood out in their action. Last year we gave an award. Who have stood out, who have done something that is worth recognizing in terms of integrity. And we got, I think, 2 or 3 responses, and they were talking about, oh, the staff is punctual, is this. I feel those things that they mentioned, they are things that the department can recognize their staff
for being punctual, being hardworking and all of that. That is not integrity. It's not what we want. So I will recommend that those departments that those ones that said that their staff are hardworking, they can just recognize them, put their picture on NIMR website is good enough. But integrity, like last year for instance, there was this lady that was one of our staff that was given some money for some repairs, and it was beyond what she asked for, and she returned it. She said no, she was not going to collect it. She wrote to them that no, she wasn't going to collect it, and then they had to process to give her just what she needed. Such acts is what we are asking for. So, and then if you also get a gift, maybe in the course of your work, maybe a supplier or whatever gives you a gift, it's good for you to register it, declare it, so that if you that way to ask for help or anything, just declare it that they gave me this, so that if tomorrow the supplier or contractor comes and says, after we have been giving people something, you are not giving us this award, you can say that, look, I didn't ask for it, I even registered it. So the institution is aware. They cannot just smear your name for anything. So please, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank God the finance and the accounts and finance are here. Please overpay me. I don't know that that is the criteria now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please overpay me.
We'll continue. I'll call on Mr. Francis Osagide, Total Quality and Due Processing Unit. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Professor. Very delighted. Want to appreciate our DG.
Go to the next one.
I want to appreciate our General for all that he has been doing. I pray that the Lord will preserve him until then. I'm talking on data quality and due process unit. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, introduction. The unit was established by Professor Sarakoi 2017, and not only that, the unit was one out of convictions oriented towards continuous improvement and ensuring quality. And what you can see in the institute, a lot of things are going on. You can see a friend of mine from Share came. See, is this a government establishment? It's a show and tell, and test with quality of what you see there and people. It's also a certificated system. Benefits and advantages. First, to strengthen competitive spirit among vendors. Enhances the image of the institute in the eyes of the public. Reduction in cost and better cost management. Adaptability to changing or emerging market conditions. Prevents or reduces unwholesome practices. Ensure that funds are reasonably applied and end product justified. Quality goods and services uncompromised. And also ensure value for money. Next slide. Ongoing activities. We carry out pre-appraisal functions on requests and petitions. When anything is sent for us, we first of all go appraise before we actually deal with the contractors. Generating information and facts gathering used as a vital tools in price negotiation and quality assurance with suppliers and contractors. Carry out investigative and confirmatory activities such as on-the-spot evaluation and determination through confirmation of material requirement to ascertain actual needs. Monitoring of approvals for works, services, and procurement to ensure that all duties in approval are fully executed and the end user confirms accordingly. Achievements. Material evaluation through requirement for both in-house estimates and from contractors were reviewed downwards in the course of negotiation. Through physical inspection and measurement for both in-house and contractors, reduction in cost of doing business were achieved. Analytical cost achievement and savings. The contract value for contract value. Some of part of contract values from contractors and in-house work order for the period was 35 million. Then the total negotiated That 35 million, we negotiated it to 33 million, and we were able to save 2.24 million. So this is the bar charts for showing expenditure and corresponding savings. The first one, we have research and documentation expenses. The total amount there was 16 million expended, and we were able to save 421,000. That's the charge for it. And for this one, we have for plant and equipment, maintenance cost spent from that period to now is 8.9 million. Savings was 402,000. And for building, we incurred 4.2 million, and we're able to save 861,000. For motor vehicle maintenance costs, we spent 3.537 million, and savings for it was 561,700. Next slide. Challenges. Attitude and front of some contractors to negotiate. When we invite them, we want to keep away. And indifference on the part of some staff. Also delay in execution of work order by some staff, which makes confirmation different. Let's way forward. To create an enabling environment where due diligence, hard work, selfless service, and commitment will be cherished. And two, to ensure that standards and quality remain uncompromised on procurement of goods and services. Work plan, to train and encourage staff where applicable on due diligence and transparency. To ensure that in-house projects, goods and services are of high standard, and probably to ensure maximum savings in the procurement of goods and services. Work plan. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So the next presenter is security. I'll call on Mr. Oloru for presentation. Please let's give me a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, every member of staff. I'm looking to stand on the existing project person. All right, I want to talk about sensitization of security matter. Before I go further, we all know the country where we are. Security is one of the crucial situations we are facing. Insecurity. And talking about this, going out, coming in, we look at, okay, how can I get myself safe? How can my loved ones, my property, even my data become safe? It's something that balls on our head, we ring on it every day and now. And one way or the other, we'll be able to at least find one solution or the other to it, such as insecurity of kidnapping, suicidal, and etc. We have the ones that know of and those who don't know of. Now, talking about explanation to security, we know security is all about you protecting your environment, buildings, people, properties, and other informations to be sure that they are free from all forms of danger. And we know there are peculiarities to challenges in security. One of these are vandalization, cyber attacks, and we know of kidnapping, which is rampant in our country of today. And we are trying our best to educate us on the need to become self-aware about the security challenge. When we know the situation we are, the challenging situation we are, we will know the solution to it. We'll find the solution, the best solution to it. And that brings me to the next slide, please. Talking of the sensitization of security matter, the topic. It says, let's discuss on sensitization to security matter, which refers to the process of raising awareness and educating individuals about the importance of security and the potential risks and threats they may face in their personal and professional life. What are the threats that we may face? We talk about NIMR. coming to work in a commercial bus, there is threat of kidnap, one chance, phone theft, even bad road, delay to work. All these are all we can face in our personal life. Even at home, in an area where I stay, if it is not 6 a.m., you can't step out because of the environmental hazard. Environmental hazard I meant by the area boys, hoodlums, these ones they just come out from, because I stay around Barika. So people from that area will know where I mean. And all these measures I'm talking about, please, can we go back to that? Thank you, sir. Talking about this, I said this process aims to instill a culture of vigilance and proactive behavior among individuals to better protect themselves, their property, and their personal information. One of my boss was telling me about something of recent, that all these hackers create a new Facebook account of him, someone of high repute, and people are start flocking into adding him. The people are accepting it, using that medium to siphon and put them in a dark shade. And as a result of this, he called on me and asked, what should I do? I said, sir, first thing you need to do, you need to go back to that Facebook. Make a disclaimer and let people know your own Facebook account. Because with that is the only way you can distinguish the wrong from the right. Because people will be thinking, if you don't come out as a disclaimer, they won't know that you are not the one actually doing this or that. Talk about that. We need to also sensitize ourselves about security in office environments. Security in office environment is the measure and protocols put in place to protect the physical space and the people working within it. What are the measures we have put in place? And this encompasses a wide range of practice and technology designed to prevent unauthorized access, protect sensitive information, and ensure safety of the employees. What are the measures we have put in place as regards to security? Security is beyond that man standing outside that gate. My office, did I lock it? My locker, is it well encrypted? My laptop, before I can access it, or before people can access it, is there a password? And is the password strong enough that anybody cannot just gain access to it? These are one of the things we are talking about. Okay, in my absence, things that are happening in my office, do I even get to know about them? I need to know. Okay, I'm not in the office, but things that are happening in my office, I need to know. I'm talking about this, we are talking about digital security. Next slide, please. Common security measures in the office environment include all these 6 factors: access control system, surveillance camera, alarm and sensors, information security, employee training, and emergency preparedness. Let me start with access control system. We are talking about the measures about access control, which I just explained, talking about you putting some access control system, the door locked properly. Okay, let me quickly, we can get more of this slide that's snapping very on. Can we go to the next one? Because I was okay, talking about this is the element attached to security matters. All these elements are attached. We talk about education and training, communication, threat awareness, risk assessment, compliance standard, and active participation. Don't say, you know, concerning the security work. When security happens, it concerns everybody. Everybody must be involved in security. Because what you think doesn't concern you might later concern someone that is close to you. So that is why we say it is needed. Please, because I've been shown the time now that I have just 1 moment. Okay, various ways to sensitize on security matter. These are regular training and workshop for employees on security best practices and protocols, implementing a strict password policy and ensuring all employees are aware of the importance of strong and unique password, regularly updating and patching software and systems to ensure protection against the latest security threats, encouraging employees to report any suspicious activities or potential security breaches, implementing multi-factor authentication for added security, conducting regular security audits and vulnerability assessment to identify and address potential weakness. We cannot always, okay, in conclusion, let me just quickly say this. Everyone has a part to play in making our environment safer, and we must adhere strictly to the management policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oluwa. So we'll now take questions and comments now for the presentations.
Thank you very much, security. Thank you very much. I've listened to this presentation, but we are security personnel are my friends, but I need to point out some of the things I'm doing. One of the things they notice, one, they count at the main gate. They are supposed to be stationed in the blocks. But we realize that most times all of them are counted in the main gate. The way they approach people, the way they talk to people, I reported what to provide to one of them. I think you mentioned a lot of training. I think you need to train them. We know that a lot of them are not, they actually gate men, not to do. Because they are thinking of something that they want to do, just like it. But I think you need to train them. The way they approach people is important. Their eye service also is not also good. When some of us are passing there, they don't start us the way they start us. I think for security, it should be everybody. You have the same, start everybody the same way. If you are opening the boot of the person in front of me, I start it. When I pass through, you also open my boot. I always tell them, when you get there, I say, it's you, sir. I say, no, do your homework. Because you don't know, someone who kidnapped me might be in the back of my brain, they're gone at my back. And they allow us to pass. So I think they need a lot of people. They are doing a lot of my own stress, actually, in my doing. But they need to do more. And also, some of them, they are dressed. You see them flying, their security awareness bedroom slippers. They are flying their dresses when they are on duty. And so I think you need to talk to them. Occasionally, when you are leaving there to the airport in the morning, very early in the morning, you wait and wait and wait and wait. Before somebody will just gradually get up. But I agree, in the night, if you are 3 or 4, the other ones will be sleeping while one person is wrong. Away. And they do it in return. So that anybody passing through there, they will not have to. Someone might be coming inside the gate and talking for the person. And the person is blowing the horn there. And so just these are just little things that you need to address that very important. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to lend my voice to that of Prof. But my own emphasis is on their remuneration. The remuneration of the security agents in the institute. Most of them are disgruntled, I noticed, on account of either delayed payment or non-payment of their salaries. And such disgruntlement can jeopardize the security of the institute. So my plea is that the company should hasten up their payments. They should be paid timeously so that they don't jeopardize the safety of the institute.
Thank you, sir. In dealing with all this, I want to start with the crowd control. Crowd control procedure. I want to start like this. Talking about the crowd control, are we saying the security are crowded at the gate or visitors coming in? If it's all about the security crowded at the gate, probably is at the time when they are taking an landing over or taking up on attendance. And also dealing with the training. Every Saturday, the management instructs that the site coordinator there comes down to that place every morning on Saturday to train the staffs. And we also talk about the eye service, which we as well look into, because I know very well that these security guys, no matter how you talk to them, there will always be room for them to misbehave or play too no service. The dressing, the management frowns improper dressing, and this is one of the ways we really dance on discipline them. We don't allow 99% dressing, it must be 100% complete. And talking about their delay in payment. Delay in payment, we don't delay our payment, our guard salary. First week of the new month, all guards receive their salary, except instruction from their managers. Except instruction, maybe peradventure the person in particular must have adhered to the directive given, or while discharging his duty or her duty, must have committed one offense or the other. And in so doing, the supervisor or the manager in charge of that location will have to come and explain himself why his guard misbehaved in discharging duty. After satisfactory word, that is when we now release them. But nevertheless, we will as well keep on improving in our dressing, and we as well emphasize that they keep discharging their duty the right way. So I think I've answered all these questions. I'm going to give this the mic to one of my boss here who can as well share more light.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm the head of operation. My name is Olayin Kawa. Security. All the feedback are well noted and taken. For the issue of salary, we always have on the first, like November salary was paid on the first, except if it was one of the public holidays or weekend. So for them not to decide to stay away, they might just move to the next working day. That is only condition can get their salary. The training will be intensified as suggested. Everything is well noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are now going to listen to our research professors and adjunct research professors, adjunct researchers. Please, let's take the 10 minutes of 10 minutes on the project, on the program. Let's stick to 10 minutes because some of us are going back either to Abuja or to Ibadan today. So 10 minutes. Professor Richard Ibola. 10 minutes, sir.
Please cut me off like the others when
God bless you, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm trying to do 10 minutes. But thank you, Paul, for asking us to participate in the meeting. And for all of you for having us in your midst. I should like to congratulate all of you actually for what we've been privileged to listen to the past couple of days. We are obviously making progress in several areas. So my observations are not critique of your work. There are some things that I was thinking about when I, after the big dinner last night, and I didn't sleep on time. Well, I've actually noted about 7 things that I want to mention. And the first one is about enhancing collaborative activity within NIMR. And I've divided them into internal and external collaboration. Please, I plead with you, try not to work in silos. You know, there's several, from what you've demonstrated, there's several things going on in several areas. And there are areas where we can pull resources together in terms of funding, in terms of expertise. If you want to do research that is impactful, that will lead to development in Nigeria, to improving our health, it has to be bigger than you. It has to be bigger than your team. It has to pull, all the heads and resources together to answer questions that are bigger that can solve our problem. So think big, think bigger than yourself if you want to solve big head problems that can lead to impactful effects. Identify areas where gaps exist and strategize amongst yourself how to work together collaboratively to resolve the problem. That is with regard to internal collaboration. International external collaboration is also necessary. Look at COVID. We all had to come together to resolve the problem. So we cannot work in isolation. But be careful and identify the international collaborators that you want to work with. Don't think they're doing you any favor. Because they are not actually. Because they are trying to solve the problem. And so go there boldly with the thing that you have to offer as a partner. And you're not a junior partner. Because you may have access to specimens, they don't have access to specimens. So you have done something that you are offering. Because you have that, you can participate in discussions, your ideas and what have you, so that you own the process together. Discuss the benefits and challenges of global collaboration that they are not because they are not doing you a favor. Explore opportunities for joint grants. So do things jointly together. Don't let them go and get a grant and then ask you to join and then you're just giving specimens to them. No. Begin with the idea, write the applications with them so that you own the process. So you know the budget. Somebody was talking about not knowing the budget. You know the budget because you are developing it together. So you know what comes to you and what goes to them. Agree on publications so that they don't just throw your names in the middle of the road somewhere. Agree upfront. Who's going to lead what? The segment of the proposal. If I lead it, then I'm the first author. And then the other person will come in between. Don't forget that AI is coming on. ChatGPT and what have you. I don't know, actually that's the point that I want the organizers to note. If you want to discuss that further, do you need help?
because they are not going to go away. They are going to be used. So begin to, what do we do with it? How does that affect the way you prepare your publications and what you do? Number 3, capacity building. We need mentorship opportunities. When I was growing up as an undergraduate and graduate in Nigeria, that's something I missed. You know, people who are heading departments and whatever, identify people who can guide young ones and make them grow. I think it's important. I think it's developing in our system. It was missing before. But because supervising a PhD student is not being a mentor, try to distinguish between the two and find somebody that can help you and guide you along the line. Number 4, data sharing and management. Data is gold. Is it 5 minutes already? 10 minutes? 5 minutes. Oh, 5 minutes.
We've got it to 5 minutes, please.
So data that's going to be our resource in the near future. You know, fuel cells, oil, and all the things that they are talking about now. We are probably not even going to be making money from oil very soon. Maybe that will be good for Nigeria. But data is going to be the thing. So we must know, begin to think ahead now. How do you do data sharing in an ethical way and benefit from it? Establish protocols for data capture and data sharing. And you have to ask the right questions before you start gathering the data, so that you collect all the ingredients that you need to make good sense of your data. And again, not working in silo. Think about how you can collaborate, you know, across the teams and groups. My time is up. Yes, that's fine. Thank you. So the last one actually briefly is on monitoring and evaluation. Agree on ways to assess your activities and determine beforehand what success will mean to your group. But it's been a wonderful 2 days, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, because of time and for those that want to travel back to their base, we make it 5 minutes. But if what Prof has said is what you want to see, just let us know. Prof has said it all, then you have your seat. We clap for you. Because we have 13 adjuncts. Professor Akomi, even though your name is not on the program, 5 minutes. But if Prof has said what you want to say, please just the Prof has said it all, we clap for you and you.
Thank you so much.
5 minutes.
Very grateful to the DJ and the entire team. It's really nice to know that you're on the right trajectory. However, some reflections. It's not enough to have crude oil. For me, that's the summit. Nigeria has crude oil, but are we making the best of it? No. So reflect on this. It's not enough to have the infrastructure you have in NIMR. It's not enough to have the people. Are you able to turn the crude oil into gold, the mineral resources, all the things you have? You have access to data. You have access to all the biorepository. Are you able to turn this into gold? For me, that is the major take home. Another key thing, in every system, we work together as a team. Can we start reflecting on how we are going to help the weak link? Because in every system, there are the very superpowers, mid-level people, and those who are down there. But because we work as a team, you need to start reflecting. Yes, you don't have the same potential, but how can we? Because if they are down, NIMR is down, you will not hit that optimal level which we are expecting of you. And I want you to quickly reflect. We have not done anything so wonderful yet. Look at Nigeria, look at Dubai. We all want to go to Dubai. We have the same resources, but they have been able to optimize their resources. That's why we're going there. So, yes, we have started, but we really need to tell ourselves, and this is a very good one, the resource the administration has spent in bringing everybody to this place. Some of us are from the village, they brought us to the city. It's good to be here in the city with you. That's a huge investment. Not all institutes have this. So it's a huge investment in your welfare, in telling you, well done. But let us get to the El Dorado. And to get to the El Dorado, we have to work more. We have to optimize the resources. We have to be able to talk to ourselves. How can we? I would say probably we want to hit 100. Probably we are still at 10. Don't think we are at 50 yet. No. NIMR is supposed to be the national place. And you are supposed to be the engine house. So you can do much more with all the investments you have. Because I tell you, some don't have that resources you have. The human resources, all the things you have, you can turn it into that super goal. Please, I beg you, this is the time to reach for the great star. Thank you very much.
Dr. Afolabi.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Prof has said it all. Great. I want to thank the DG for giving me the opportunity to come over here. I just want to let you know that as an adjunct, I've been attached to my former Department of Biochemistry and Nutrition. And I just want to let you know, first of all, I want to thank my team members in that department, the HOD, Dr. Lucas, thank you very much for your support, Dr. Gwenga, Ms. Susan Trotter, and everybody, Shola Ajibaye, everybody who has been working with me. And now that Prof has said that we should not work in silos, I'm happy to inform you that a proposal that I wrote was granted, and it's titled Mechanofetal Transfer of Micronutrients, that is glutathione, folate, and selenium, among primary gravidae and secondary gravidae in Ikorodu, Lagos State Government. And in this project, it's not only biochemistry and nutrition department, it includes also Toyosi, what's the department? Molecular biology and biotechnology, Abidin Salako, and a lot of people are involved in it. And actually, there are two proposals that were approved. I want to thank the grant section for giving it to me. Yesterday, actually, the Lagos State Health Management Board approved also. They also approved the two proposals that we should go ahead and work. I said no. We have not yet gotten one final ethical permit from my IRB, so we are waiting on that to get that and work at Ikorodu. Ikorodu General Hospital is waiting. They said we should come. Said no, we are not coming until IRB gives us the final go ahead. Also, the DG has been so kind enough to put me as a PI for a study on overweight and obesity among universities undergraduates in Nigeria, a pilot study. This is supposed to cover major universities in Nigeria, but we are starting first with lesser universities at Delta State, Jigawa State, with SB, one company called SB, including Professor Amo, who is here somewhere. And it has been so exhilarating that I feel renewed. I feel I want to put in my best, although I've retired, but I'm not yet tired. Finally, I want to thank my other Professor Ezechi, Dr. Mustafa here. We are also trying to do a work on cervical cancer in Nigeria. And Professor Mustafa has actually told me how to go about it, to step it down, to get somebody who is a big person to support us, blah, blah, blah. And that is what exactly we are trying to do. So thank you so very much. It's been a pleasure.
So the next person
Professor Ishewani. 5 minutes.
Thank you. The DG and the senior management team. Professor Adebola said it all, but I just want to give this opportunity to thank the DG because I'm one of the beneficiaries of the 2022 grant award. And the study for this award started on epilepsy, the burden of understanding the burden of neuropsychosis and neurotoxicariasis among persons with epilepsy in Nigeria, and epidemiological study. The study is being carried on in 3 sites in Nigeria, 1 in Southwest and 2 in Southeast. The field work has just been concluded, and the next stage is the analysis of the samples. So it's a pleasure to be one of the beneficiaries, and I thank the DG for giving the adjunct staff the opportunity to compete in this grant award. Then let me say it again that this is my 3rd time or 3rd year of attending this retreat. It has been very wonderful, it has been interesting and educative. So I thank the management of the NIMR for the opportunity given me and other adjuncts. Thank you and God bless.
The next presenter is Professor Shitoki.
I stood up to save time. Well, first of all, I would like to appreciate NIMR. I own NIMR a lot. I did bench work for my PhD, my MPhil in NIMR's lab. So, and every year we come here, some of the keynote lectures I want you to pay for. So ideally, I think we should be paying for some of those lectures. That's open communication. There are 2 key things which I want to talk about. One is that nobody solves problems that does not significantly impact them or have commercializable potentials. That's why when many of us are screaming, the whites are not solving malaria, they are not solving this. So we need to start looking inwards to solving our own problems, our own peculiar problems. And I'm thankful NIMR is trying to do that. The second significant thing is that humans are the most important factor in every process of life. And so when we are building teams, we have to realize that leadership is situational. Some of the competencies that we have, if for example there's an alert here and somebody has to defend us, it won't be Professor Salako or Professor Nibola that will be blocking the door to fight the invaders. They have different skills. So otherwise it will be the empty people, the professors in chief are who are bulky that we knocking the door. So I want us to realize that when we identify stars in our research teams, we have to also realize that the stars are also situational. If you judge every creature by its ability to climb a tree, then a fish is a failure. So we should note that. Now, in solving problems, this morning I was receiving a mail here, and I got somebody who I googled and he says he's a professor of complexity science. So one thing we also have to think forward, as we are thinking about the present, we have to think about the future. And so one of the things that we should do, as much as NIMR is solving problems, as we are preparing for emerging and re-emerging diseases, infectious diseases, communicable diseases, we also have to start thinking about emerging fields. As we are preparing for the emerging pandemics, let's prepare for the emerging fields and find ways of positioning ourselves. So at the end of it all, I'd just like to say that as we innovate, we have to think out of the boxes, think out of our disciplines, think beyond our competencies, generate dreams, and then find ways of realizing the dreams by integrating between fields, by optimizing our deliverables, and by applying this knowledge. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Dr. Mustafa.
5 minutes.
I'm just going to give a report of some things we raised last year. So I'm not going to talk, Prof has given the feedback. Next slide, please. So last year, I've been whining for a long time that we don't have environment in NIMR, environmental health. And to the glory of God, there was a project, we got some partners that gave us monitors. So we had Lagos Air Quality Monitoring Program. It was not funded, they gave us only monitors. But Dr. Musa and I, we've been able to set up 4 monitors in those areas to know the particulate matter 2.5 level across Lagos. It's a pilot project. And we also have some indoor light absorbing monitors in 15 homes in Nigeria. Those are the areas. Next slide, please. Then this year, thank you so much, Professor Adebola and Professor Omilabu. For about 20 years, I've been applying for grants, and most of the study will not want to come to Nigeria. So we were having, thanks to Professor Audu, we were having performance review of the adjuncts in microbiology. So I sat beside Professor Adebola and Professor Omilabu, and I said, I'm so tired that I'm reading several grants, nothing comes in. They then said, Professor Adebola said, don't give up, keep trying. Harvard invited me to give a guest lecture, and they didn't pay me. So I was saying, it is free work I've been doing for several years. When will this? They said that is recognition. Everything is not money. But to the glory of God, at the last minute, I did not give up. This year, all the grants I applied for, I got them. And there were huge grants. The enabling, and it's coming to NIMR, the enabling environment for NCD is an implementation science grant. It is led by a consortium of 11, and the NIMR resource lead is a $4 million project, but statistics that is at 6,000 that is coming. Then we have the International Women Expo Zone. Expo Zone is the future. It is environmental exposure that human beings are faced with throughout their life course. So I'm on the governing board, I'm representing Africa with NIMR affiliation. Also, Dr. The names listed here, we collaborated, we saw an implementation science grant, but we did not have the data. And we were looking for someone. We approached Professor, we even connected me with somebody in London School of IT, but we don't have data. Nobody wants somebody they will start afresh with. So we didn't get anybody to collaborate with us. So Dr. Raji here, 3 years ago, the power of word, we came for this conference. I didn't know Dr. Raji. They asked him to talk. He said, some of my mentors are Dr. Mustafa. I said, where did I know this man? The power of word. Today we are working together and going to call the program project. Next slide. I think for me, the joyous part of this year for me is being able to represent International Science Council. It is a council of academics, national science academics all over the world. I don't know how they got me. I was invited, and at the United Nations Environment Program, the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee for Global Treaty on Plastic Pollution, I was representing Nigeria. I just did my work, but we got to the INC, it was in Paris early this year, and they said, Dr. Mustafa, you will present our statements. It is on my list. That was the highlight. Even the Nigerians, they were prouder than me. The Nigerian contingent that came from Ministry of Environment, I presented, and that is, I just took a screenshot of that paper. It says NIMR as my affiliation. The other one for me was the Mandela Monaco Commission on Plastic. It was led by a very senior person in Boston University. And that report, I led the environmental justice session. And the report opened a lot of doors for me. In fact, the professor wrote to Didi about me. When I saw what he wrote, I did not know that he was observing. And from that, and I learned that, I didn't even know, I thought whether he was just being nice to me, but I met somebody later, and I said, did you know that man? When we talk about that man, you would think he's an evil. This was the man that wrote the best reference I could ever have on us. I didn't ask him, that wrote it about me. And that opened a lot of doors. And that is part of, even in the last one again in Kenya, I was the one that still made this with the DG of UNEP actually presented a report that our IIC report to that, and the mention of NIMR. So everybody know, so the Nigerian Medical Institute, what do you do? So I'm so proud to represent it. Thank you.
Dr. Ajayi. Dr. Ajayi.
you very much. Hopefully next time Professor Adibara will be speaking last. So whether I agree with what you have said or not. Now, thank you very much to the NIMR community and family. We are very grateful for welcoming us. As a person, I've come to know many people with whom hopefully in the future, it's not about being adjunct for now, but about future collaborations and work. So thank you very much for welcoming us. I'm one of the awardees for the last round title around, and we are going to be working on the genetic and urinary genetic risk factors for chronic kidney disease in patients who have HIV. We are working through the RRB processes now. Hopefully, in the next 2 weeks, the coming year, we will activate the study. The members of staff here are some of our collaborators. The next 2 things I want to talk about today, perhaps just one. If we are talking about working as a team, perhaps we also need to recalibrate how we do our reward system. In the University of Ibadan, we played so much on first. And Professor Alakoy said it's a team person. And hopefully, anyway, what I've seen is, when we have prima donnas, when we have, from what Professor Adibola was saying, the team work will break down very easily. So it's about a team. If someone gets an award, let's recalibrate it to award, to give award to a team working. Don't forget the organist who plays and the person who blows the wind, who unseen. The lab persons, the people, because there's no way somebody will do basic science or do any study here that is not going to be a teamwork. So let's take it further. The team leader and then the team members. If we recalibrate that, the team work and then the team spirit will flourish. That's my parting word. I thank you all very much.
Professor KSU, our own very KSU.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will christen myself Omowale this afternoon, and I want to say that for me, what I'm seeing here is a dream come true. We have been praying and fasting for this for a long time, because I remember when I was the chairman of Academic Staff Union of Research Institutes in Nigerian of Medical Research. These are things that, as a union, we are trying all our best to find a way of getting money to fund. I remember when we started the conferences every year, it got to a point that the institute said, well, we are going to take this over from you. It is not what you can do alone. Now I'm happy about I chair. But the other thing I also want to mention there is that there is no research without ethics. Now, ethics and research is being strengthened so much in NIMR. And I wanted to point out something, that we just had an international conference on Biological Society of Nigeria, which was actually on global bioethics, diversity and inclusiveness. Most of the things we have seen there, they are about diversity and inclusiveness. They are all actually put together in different ways. That means you have a lot of things I don't have, and I come together to put what I have on ground, and then we call ourselves Ubuntu. That means you are because I am. By now, I will let you know one little story very fast. NIMR is the oldest ethics committee in Nigeria. In fact, NIMR is called the Institutional Review Board, which is not actually according to the code. But the National Research Code have not been able to change it because they have this level before the code came. In fact, many times when we look at it, when you Google National Research Ethics Committee, you'll be seeing the name of Professor Felishonika, our former chairman, as the chairman of NIMR, thinking that is the chairman of the Ethics Committee. By now, our ethics NIMR should be strengthened more. We should be talking of ORI now, that is Office of Research Integrity. That will help us move further, because when we see the areas of research coming on now, we should be thinking of strengthening the ethics to be able to get to where we are. I'm especially happy because it is good to plant a seed, but not just any seed, a good seed for that matter. The tripod of an academic environment, I can see 2 minutes, is teaching, research, and community service. I can identify all this now in NIMR. So it's the era of good news and accomplishment. So as much as possible, I want to end by praying for an excellent successor for Professor PLS. We actually hoping for the best, and some of us are fasting and praying. We can't see and we can't actually be able to say, oh, this happened before. We should be moving further. And God will definitely answer our prayer. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Professor Olado.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by saying a very big thank you to DG and the management team for inviting us here today. This is my first time of attending the NIMR retreat, and it's been a very rewarding time here. Professor Akinwade Kensington, thank you for coming. I was like, I'm the one that should be thanking you that I'm here to listen to all the talks and the wonderful interactions that we've had here. So a big thank you again to you, Ma and Sir. January 24th, precisely 2019, my institution signed an MOU with NIMR, and it's going to be 5 years in a few weeks' time, and we were supposed to renew that and then improve on the MOU. I want to seize this opportunity to ask the DG's permission. Do we go ahead with that? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, like you mentioned yesterday, we started the process of appointing professors with NIMR, and we've had quite a very good time interacting with them, and we have more requests to do that, and we will go ahead now. We'll have the next cycle of professors very soon. Friend just approached me this afternoon, and I said, don't worry about that, we'll sort that out. So the rest assured that yours will be part of the next round. Well, a few of my staff have benefited from the extramural call, and also our students. I participated in this last round. Unfortunately, well, we didn't come through, but it's a learning process, and will be applied again next year when the call opens. The university was also privileged to have one of our staff as a supervisor in the iTest project. We also have some of our students who were trained to be research facilitators for the local government area. A lot of our students have benefited from the extramural grant. Two of Professor Aldu's PhD students also graduated this last year. They were so very full of their thanks and gratitude. So I bring words back from ETG University. Indeed, it has been we've had a good relationship, and we have benefited so much from our end. I want to say a very big thank you. Well, just to round up, taking a bit from here, together we achieve more. So I want to encourage us, as many as, well, Dr. Aino just said, we want to have more adult staff from us to university while we're open. And if anyone feels we want to help impact knowledge to these younger ones, I'm just a colleague. Thank you very much.
Dr. Yemiraji.
I would like to greet the DG and the distinguished elders that are here and everyone. Dr. Mustafa mentioned something about me calling her my mentor. I've been very lucky. If you look at all the adjuncts here, probably I'm the youngest. And I've learned from them for several times. Anytime I come to this place, there always new opportunity or new things for me to learn. with Professor Adegbola here, Professor Akomwe here, Professor Shotoki. It's always a learning process for me. And I want to appreciate the management team for inviting me year in, year out. I've learned a lot and I cherish this. I'm never going to take it for granted. Thank you very much. Part of what I've learned is the lectures, the guest lecture that we had, the open communication, which is very key and very important. But the one I want to speak to is the Gen Z conflict. The demographic of our institution is changing. I'm sure in the next 20 years, NIMR will be filled with Gen Zs, meaning the possibility of conflict is very high. And the lecture that Ellen gave was just a wake-up call for the old generation to learn that these people are coming, and we must have strategy to be able to cope and ensure that we tap into their knowledge and modify their behavior. As part of research activities, I'm in the clinical science department, just like Dr. Ajayi. And we also together with NIMR staff, applied for the Intramural grant. And we got one, the one we tied to genetic and environmental determinants of cardiometabolic diseases among individuals living with HIV. And the idea behind is that HIV treatment is getting better, patients are living longer. And now cardiometabolic diseases like hypertension, excess lipid, stroke is becoming more in them. And we look at those environmental and genetic determinants that we can predict who most likely will develop the disease and determine strategies to prevent such. We are currently waiting for our IRB approval. Hopefully by January, we'll start work in earnest. Also part of the one Dr. Mustafa mentioned about population-based intervention toward reducing the burden of hypertension. Hypertension is common among the population, and how can we use intervention to reduce this among them? And we are going to look at two communities, the gender community and probably the other community. Hopefully that will start soon. What we are also being engaging in is the fact that we are looking at clinical research in nephrology. And I think about 2 months ago, we had a meeting here in NIMR where we met some pharmaceutical companies who are planning to start clinical research. Hopefully that will work to involve us in both other nephrologists and NIMR as well. As my parting gifts, we know that DG will be leaving very soon, and we can't wait to have him back in the battle. No, we can't wait to have him back in the battle. And we pray that we get someone who's going to succeed him, surpass what he has done. But what I want to emphasize is this: I think a system has been built, and what is important for every staff of NIMR is to sustain this system, irrespective of who comes. If there's a system in place, the individual will have no choice but to latch onto the system. Thank you very much, and thank you very much.
Dr. Olabi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I want to appreciate the DG for his highly progressive nature. Because when we met in Abuja, I told him, and he said, just write us. And I wrote him, and he accepted me as an adjunct here. And since then, anything I discuss with him, sir, can we do this? Go ahead and do this. Go ahead and do this. He's like a father and a highly progressive somebody. Then Professor Kinwale also, she's a mother. Professor Audu also, whenever she has anything, say send it to me for review. So we'll review it together. Professor Adegbola is like father of the father. Because when we met, it was last year I met him. So, and when I saw the type of person he is, I said, sir, if you don't mind, I want you to be my mentor. Do you believe that every month we meet? So, and he has been creating time to make sure that he guides me. So I really appreciate that. Then my HOD, Dr. Suleiman, I really appreciate you. She's a mother also, and she's supporting everybody in public health and epidemiology. Everybody that I may not be able to mention, all of you, you are wonderful. The reception you gave me here made me to be ready to do everything possible to contribute to NIMR development, research development. I just mentioned some of the efforts I've been making or I've made to ensure the research development in NIMR. One, I participated in review of some proposals. Then also, between last year and now, I organized a training I came from Abuja in September. We organized a training on use of referencing management tools. We trained people on how to use EndNote, Zotero, and the Mendeley. So we did that one. Then also, I promoted Commonwealth Scholarship. That one was done virtually. Commonwealth Scholarship for those who are interested in doing their PhD. We did that one. Then, with Professor Akinwale, we submitted a systematic review because I discussed a systematic review with her, and we submitted a protocol that protocol has already been submitted. Then, I invited a professor from Liverpool, Professor Charles Ame, and we have an MOU with Liverpool School of Medicine is ongoing. Also, I initiated a collaboration with UCL, University College London, and we have a proposal that we sent to them for collaboration on climate change and health. And it was Professor Salako that really encouraged me because that thing remained maybe I think a week. And I said, I've not been working on climate change and health. He said, do something. If you can share with me, I will review it. I've not been doing anything. Because of that, I did something and it was reviewed. And the people in UCS said they like it. But because it was 2 days to that thing, they said they don't want to submit it urgently, that if you don't mind, we should wait for the next, another opportunity. So we are down. Then the Cambridge Aburada grant. It was Professor Akinwale that saw it. And so, Rotimi, can you link us with UK? Because I did my PhD in UK. And I wrote Cambridge. And fortunately, the person showed interest. Do you believe that the person made extra effort? Because the first person we got, because before you can get that grant, you must get a willing Cambridge University researcher. We got the first person, she said she's interested, but she's going on sabbatical leave. The first person said she's going on maternity leave. We became fed up. She now said, no problem, that we look for another person. Unfortunately, we look for Anna and the grants. We've been able to secure the grant, but Professor Adewale was the one that really did. Adewale was the one that really did everything. Then, lastly, I think on the 6th of last month, the British Council, because I use Commonwealth Scholarship, anything they want to do, they usually invite me. So they told me that the delegate is coming from UK for collaboration with Nigerian institutions. I think they are from 7 universities, and they invited VCs of Nigerian universities. So they did one on the 6th in Abuja. Then they came to Lagos on the 9th of November to do that meeting, and I was there. So we collaborate, we interacted, we're changing from table to table, from one university to the other. So, and I got their card, and I've written all of them, and I presented NIMR to them. And one of them has responded. She said that I should let her know when she'll be available when I'll be available within the next 2 weeks, that she wants me and their fruit chancellor to discuss. And I believe that others also will discuss. Then concerning the Aburada, the Cambridge one, the person the coordinator, I discussed with him that we really appreciate his efforts because so he now said, and I asked him that can we use, because that grant covers every field, and I asked him that can we also apply from other departments, and I said no problem, that it will come out in June. So please, anybody, maybe we can get our proposal ready before June. So God will help us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. I just want to say one or two things in order to Wolabi. Persistency and determination. Every time I get this call, Professor Akinwale, when you have a project, when you do this, when you do that. So when I saw the Aburada call, and knowing that this school got his PhD in the UK, I gave him a call. I said, I need all my UK collaborators. They are either now working in industries or on their own. I need somebody from the university that graduated, but eventually we were able to
get in touch with the University of Cambridge. And through that, I even got an appointment as a guest lecturer at the university and the branch. So when you are determined that you can call me any time of the day. At times I will be stressed. I will say, Dr. Awolabi, I am tired. But he will still say what he wanted to say. He's an achiever, he's a go-getter. So thank you very much. Professor Afomu, this time around, Prof has not said it all. So you will be giving your vote, a vote of thanks on behalf of the adjunct professors because Professor Adebola did not give vote of thanks. So they are not saying he has said it all. Thank you, sir, Professor Afomu.
I have an assignment. As well as this opportunity. Not to say anything that Prof has said.
5 minutes.
Maybe 2 minutes, just to ask for something. But I'm happy that Professor is there. And I listened to the DG yesterday talking about the partnership with the private university. And one of the things he said he did was that NIMR really supported the university for the review of all the appointed professors. I'm expecting my pay because I reviewed some. Maybe he's still on his way. I think you should check your records very well. Having said that, I think NIMR has started this journey that I can now see. I think there's no going back. The ladder has been set so high in the past 16 years. I remember very well when Professor Uni was at the head of affairs in NIMR. Honestly, we were all very proud of him for what he was able to do for NIMR as the Director General. About a week ago, when we were having this kind of a meeting with Emory Branch that Oliver is leading for NIMR, I reminded Professor Uli, remember when you were leading as the Director General of NIMR, we came to congratulate you and pray for you. And we pray that as you are stepping out from NIMR, you'll be stepping into a higher national office. So you said like what? Said like becoming the next Minister of Health for Nigeria. The man said, don't cause me, I can't become the next. and he had his reasons. That position is not for me. It is cut out for some people who are able to do something I will never be able to do. But the trajectory that NIMR is now on, I don't think is reversible. Not is irreversible, but I don't think it's reversible for the system that appears now to be self-moving. It's now automated. The system has been put in place. And I can say that because somebody has said, look, if Trump becomes the president of the United States, how will you having one president, a president? If it becomes the end, how will you react to that? And what will be your new engagement with the United States? The United States has a working system, irrespective of whoever becomes the president of the country. And I think for now, NIMR is on that level. that we should be kept moving, but we still have to pray. Like Osotoki put in my head, it is very difficult to build. Akamu, it is very easy to destroy. So I join my voice to your voice that whoever is going to be succeeding this guy will be someone who allow the system to continue to serve to fair. The discovery we are having from NIMR, one was launched yesterday. HBV DNA quantification. That is an assay that I'm spending like about 8 million naira every month to procure, because I do HBV quantification assay in a lab in Luke and buy this reagent from Roche. How I wish that this is going to be supported in such a way that this reagent will HBV is something that we positive and we have patients. This is the home of HBV, and I think we must do everything in our disposal to support that particular discovery, because that's a factful one and it's going to change. And whoever also does it, I'm not so sure that it's late to patent that particular product. We use it, we do it, and I think the DG, before you leave office, everything that particular product requires to be supported, let us do and get it to the market. And starting for the general market before we will be able to move to maybe whatever market and then for video and the world as a whole. So this trend that we have started, I hope we will be able to see it through. Please just choose that HBV. It's very key. And Shoaibu, you belong to a group, African Clinical HBV. You must join that particular group. And that particular group, before they finish whatever it is that they have, they should be able to use this product in that particular group. Please take it as a duty that this is what we must do. On that note, on behalf of all the adjuncts, now I'm not doing the duty. On behalf of all the adjuncts of NIMR, we really want to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Salako and his management team. If you are good but you don't have good scholarship, you will have headaches. We thank God that you equally have people who appreciate you and they truly follow your leadership. So all the members of management team in NIMR, we thank you, and we continue to pray that when he leaves office, what you have learned from him, you'll be able to give to the next good person that is coming to give leadership in that institute. I've enjoyed this retreat. When I was coming, I think I'm going on 2 days leave. I will sleep there, I will enjoy there, I said, enjoy this very well. Maybe I should be coming before the morning of the day, go this evening, if they are paid for you. And I really didn't take this for granted, just the way all the agencies take it for granted. More grace to your elbow, and your role in Nigerian science and research has taken a family to continue to grow. And that name, NIMR, very soon by God's grace, should also be renamed as NMRC, Nigerian Institute Research Council. If you didn't achieve this, your successor must be able to achieve it, God Almighty willing. Achieve it.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time for lunch. Or maybe we have a few questions or comments from our adjuncts. A few questions, comments, or arguments. DG, sir.
There's no.
Okay. DG is hungry. We are not hungry. DG is hungry. So he wants us to go for lunch. Just as I believe that the
Then we close.
no, we are not closing down. We still have presentation.
And I'm saying that whether we want to finish this presentation.
Are you hungry? No. But our food is ready. It is no cold. Let's have our lunch. No, as long somebody wants to go back to Ibadan today, and we don't want. No. When I speak, I have evidence. Professor Lado, we wouldn't want her to be on the road at night. And I want her to have lunch before going. You are in Lagos, please. You are in Lagos. Please, Professor Lado is going back to Ibadan today. And we want her to have lunch. And then we don't want her to travel in the night because of the insecurity of the road. So please. Dr. Falabi said you can say, but not. Don't mention NIMR. But you can stay till the weekend. So should we continue, or you want us to go for lunch so that you can leave? Yeah, so we go for lunch. I believe we have 2 serving points. So just as we did in the morning, DG sir, distinguished guests, all the people that are working, rapporteurs, moderators, please, let's go through this door. Please, DG. Lunch is served. Professor KSO. Rapporteurs. David.
Àwọn olóòwò àbáyé pàkẹ́ ìrùjú.
Náà mo ti mọ́tò Dr. Sulaiman ló máa tẹ̀lé. Mo ti.
Please, you can go back. Please, let's exercise patience. Table is not set yet, but the actions want to take pictures, so please have your seat.
I didn't hear anything. You didn't hear anything. No, we were eating lunch and we were having this meeting. Give us music. You don't know, when I
Yes. Sorry we'll continue while the same thing is being said. So we'll call on Abuja Listing Office. There you go. 5 minutes. Abuja.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Waki Fakile from Abuja office. I have to present on behalf of Abuja office the introduction. This is where we are. This is the Abuja office. As at now, we are in area 2, Gariki, Abuja. And in Abuja office, we have about 3 units made up of 8 staff. We have 3 drivers, 3 admin officers, and me as information officer and liaison officer. I'm going to speak on thematic area 1, the administration and the communication, which we do, and the promotion and liaison with other departments in Abuja. Okay. These are our duties, liaising with related ministries and other organizations, public administration, and resolving issues related to government and logistics. Next one. We have our ongoing activities in Abuja right now. We have with the Federal Ministry of Health, with all the letters, all the mails we are doing follow up with summit. We go to head of service, budget and planning, salaries and wages, Federal Ministry of Finance, we do follow up IPPIS, who pays salary, insurance, Nigeria and Nigeria Immigration and several other ministries in Abuja. We do provide logistics for staff, which most of our staff are benefited from. We do hotel reservation if we have program or any of our staff is coming into Abuja.
Let's have one house. Thank you.
Or any of our staff is coming to Abuja, we provide the transportation. We know now because of the scarcity of, because of the price of fuel in Abuja, because of price of fuel in the country, Abuja fuel is being sold for 650, 670 per liter. So when you talk of transportation from airport into Abuja, is per drop is 18,000 naira. But DG, with the help of DG, he asked us to bring every staff coming into Abuja and going. And we should just collect 5,000 to pick them up and drop them. So thank you. So when we also provide secretariat duties, if there are any seminars or workshops going on in Abuja, and right now we also have small renovation going on in our office. So just an internal visit. This year we had an issue right now. This is what we are facing. We had an internal pipe busting. Inside the building, the water was just leaking. We didn't know where it was coming from. So we were able to break it up, to break up the distance. This is what it looks like right now. We are able to do some temporary listing, but the DD has promised to help us to continue with the maintenance. But we are able to stop the leakage, and that's what you have. So this is the extent of the implementation that we've had for this year. We're able to liaise with several organizations and the agencies for whatever is going on in NIMR, and all letters are being delivered on timely, and we're able to organize some logistics, which I've talked about. Several measures are promptly delivered at Wendy, and the hazard problem which came up this year, we were able to follow up. We were able to follow up at the expected level now, and by special grace, we hope that the money will be released very soon. And several promotions and salaries and the IPC issues, we were able to resolve almost all of them. And we were able to provide temporary provision on the issue of internal leakage in our office. Next one. So these are achievements, all documents. We are successfully dispatched this year. All salary hazards and some other issues we are resolved. Adequate logistics we are provided for staff movement. All appointment and issues we are being followed through. Communication gap. Before, we don't normally know what is going on in NIMR office in Lagos. But thank God that this year you were able to know what is going on by bridging that gap through email, phone calls, and whatever is going WhatsApp. So we are being followed up on what is going on. And now NIMR visibility in Abuja is very distant. Many people are becoming aware of NIMR. Talk to or walking to some organization, we talk about NIMR. And we're able to successfully conduct a promotion through online for one of our junior staff who doesn't even know anything about computer. But it was successfully done this year. These are the challenges that we are facing. Poor funding, which is normal for everybody. None of our staff has ever been trained for the past how many years, and also including of me. And we have irregular power supply, which I'm always using generator from morning till night. So we had issue of the security. Our securities, we are not being paid promptly. No salaries for the past 6 months. So as I talk right now, they don't even have the uniform. I had to tell them because their uniform we are tattered and everything. So I had to tell them to wear normally. So I reported to DG, we said do something about it. So he said that it's not the one that are in charge of Lagos that is in charge of the outstations. That's something will be done about it. So and we have issue. The DG's vehicle is always at the mechanic. I'm always referring this, it has not reached a mechanical vehicle. So I'm just so I just think that it has become a constant issue. As I'm referring this part and other parts, in fact, it has made me to know every part of the campaign now. So the issue of that plumbing issue, so we are having. So what is the way forward? We are asking that please our interest be increased, and there's serious need to strengthen the staff capacity by way of training and workshop. We are pleading that please, that next year, even if it's 2 staff that should just go on training, or all of us. None of us has ever been on training for some years now. So there's things that you ask them, they don't even know what is happening. So we are pleading that please will be added when training is coming up for next year. So we went forward, explore possibility for NIMR facility in Abuja environments through posters and handbills can be given to us. So that we can be able to attend the relevant programs and activities going on in the ministries. We do more follow-up on the head of service in order to ensure approval. We have a lot of things hanging at the head of service, and we feel that by next year we should be able to do more follow-up, and it's the need for us to do it. And we're also asking for alternative power supply, just small, not a very big solar system for us to just to power the electricity and our printer. Thank you. So this is my work plan. This is NIMR Abuja work plan for next year. Review of this year. We are planning to organize a retreat by first quarter of the year. Follow up on logistics throughout the year. We are talking of liaising with and collaboration with other ministries and districts by visiting and contact women. And we're also talking about publicity and renovation and maintenance of our office. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ego. In the course of the year, because last year it wasn't Ego that came from Abuja, it was Veronica Ejai. Unfortunately, in the course of the year, we lost Veronica. I will crave your indulgence, sir. DG, if you can observe a minute silence for Veronica Ejai. May Veronica enjoy free, continue to rest eternally. So the next presenter is from Kainji Outstation, Miriam Iluma. Kainji Outstation. Let's give her a hand.
Good afternoon, Professor, and everyone present. This is the Kainji Outstation. I'm the only candidate. I'm still the only candidate.
Use the mic. Miriam, use the mic.
Hello,
use the mic. Use the mic.
It is located within newspaper. The next slide. The ongoing activity. I started this activity last year, but because of funds, it's at a standstill. I'm still looking for funds to continue. Please let's go for the achievements. I started this work this year, and I was able to complete it because it's not capital intensive. So I was able to source for the materials locally, that's within the environment, and able to commit to us. These are the challenges. I've talked about these challenges last year. There are still challenges now. The buildings are getting more dilapidated. The office ceiling has fallen off. The windows have no blinds. They are all challenges. The challenges continue. The radios are all expired. Like I said, the equipment are obsolete. The staff, I'm the only one. There's no means of transportation. There's no information. There's no funding. The way forward is to recruit more staff, just like everyone has said, to replace the chemicals, to probably repair or purchase new equipment. And of course, the most important is funding for the application. Last year I showed this picture of the junior quarter that was renovated, but because no one is occupying it, it has said dilapidated again. The place is, in fact, it's occupied with reptiles now. I snapped a picture so soon, but my phone crashed. Otherwise, I would have shown you people. A very big snake that was killed. That was behind me. This is another one. This is the one that I am occupying.
Which one?
The one in the middle. But I have to relocate from there because the Facebook fell down after the rain in August. The rain was very heavy. So I have to leave because the whole place is leaking. Renters have taken over the roof. So I have to leave the place to stay with a friend for now. So these are my plans. I'm passionate about this work, but there is no funding for me to continue. And like they have been saying, research is a teamwork. So it's actually not very easy for one person to carry out research. So I'm pleading with the DG, if he's to deploy, I'm sure some of you sitting down here, you want to come to Kenya. So let's if we can deploy some of the staff there, so that they can work together and do our research. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Miriam. So in case anybody wants to go to Karibu, or make your acknowledgements. Okay, don't misbehave then. And they said they don't want to. Professor Alvin said she wants. What I want to suggest is that she is working on some areas that you have a unit on the area.
She's already, I'm surprised she didn't mention she joined our organization.
No, it's like she's working alone.
She just going to.
So, Professor, you work with Professor Alvin.
We've been working with malaria.
You are not working alone, malaria. And in case anybody wants to relocate to Nigeria State, it's cheaper to live there than Lagos. So I'm marketing our office in Kanji. Fresh fish, all the year round. The engineer is hiring me. If you want to go there, please send the DG. Thank you. So before we go for lunch, the last presentation will be coming from Asaba Outstation. Opening 10 minutes.
Good afternoon to the DG and management staff, to the adjuncts, researchers, invited guests, and my colleagues. I'm happy to be here once again. I'm here to present on behalf of Asaba Outstation, NIMR Asaba Outstation. The outstation was established in 2016 through a collaboration between NIMR and Delta State Government. It is now located at number 14 Governor Street. Ongoing activities. We are working on sampling of Aedes mosquitoes at Eka Northeast. The IPES program is still on, with participants coming for further testing at the outstation. The CIFCOM project is still on at Ogara, teaching us then free HIV services. We are following up on 3 proposals that were submitted, and they have gotten extra approval from the State Ministry of Health. But one of them was approved. We are waiting for release of funds. The one-story building that was allocated to NIMR Station has been completed. We got approval for the bungalow building, and assessment has started for it to be completed. Follow up on thematic areas that we worked on. First, we were part of developing the annual operational plan. We've gotten that approval. 2, NIMR provided, with the help of the DG, we got a gene expert and a PCR machine. It's just remaining collaboration and some consumables. All the proposals we submitted passed through ethical approval. Next. Then we got approval for a research on malaria, like I said. 2 of our staff participated in this year's promotion exams. We've completed the renovation works. Okay, one of our former state coordinator attended a training here on grant management, and we are planning on a step down training. It's been approved. We are waiting on the state government to release funds. The outstation maintains relationships with general hospitals and other health facilities within the state. Lastly, for the thematic areas, the laboratory unit has prepared a list of services and tests that can be done at the Asaba outstation. Preliminary contact has been made for publicity. Next, achievements, recognition by the state government, His Excellency the Governor. We have a new commissioner, a new permanent secretary, which we made, continuous free HIV testing. Last year we were at 70, this year we tested 70 more. Commencement of a fee-paying laboratory services that are approved by the state. Grouping of staffs to do literature and systematic reviews on selected topics on tuberculosis, malaria, and cardiovascular disease. Challenges, capacity building. We will still talk about training and retraining of staff. We've got an approval for the step-down training on grantmanship. We are waiting for release of funds. Calibration of the laboratory machines provided and some other laboratory consumables. We hope to source for funds to build capacity, and we wish that the impress that we get, which is also not regular, we should be jacked up so we take care of BEDC bills. To source for alternative power supply, because we have a electric power supply, maybe to explore solar. And we need vehicles, so when we are visiting or when the NIMR starts visiting, to increase the visibility of the institute in Africa. Next. Thank you.
Thank you, Obina. Gigi, sir, can we go for lunch? They told me that the lunch is ready. So that when we come back, we just finish now. Rapporteurs, are you ready to give us a rapport? Are you ready?
They can just say something.
Gigi said you just say something when you see something. So because you have seen something, please say something, Dr. David. Gigi said you can just say something as rapport. Are you ready?
You don't need to say everything.
Just say something. Are you ready? Okay.
Let's get this done.
Oh yeah, this is.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe we must have had a very interactive and interesting session today. We were unable to have a recap of yesterday's activities due to time constraint, and it was believed that we could recall what happened yesterday. So today's recap. Professor Akinwale opened the program at around 9:25 a.m. with her welcome address.
Look at the program now.
Then
just follow the program. Follow the program.
Follow the program. Okay, fine. It's on now. It's on.
Okay, next slide. Sorry. Okay, next. Okay, we had a very beautiful lecture from my sister from Jos, Ms. Helen, where she talked about the strategic advantage and how behavioral skills drive effective business practice with emphasis on NIMR. Next. So, hello.
Just summarize all this. Dr. David, you can.
I apologize. Okay, so the Ms. Helen told us about soft skills, behavioral skills that we need, and how it is what really promotes, as opposed to the hard skills of our qualifications. So she talked about how these soft skills can either make or mar you, and she told us how to go about it. Thereafter, we had departmental presentations from the corporate marketing and communications unit. They talked about their ongoing activities and achievements. Then the planning unit as well. Next, please. NIMR Foundation talked about strategic focus. Yes, NIMR Research Foundation. They are training people on grants writing and mentorship. And I think they have trained 60 people. And next year they are planning to do 2 sessions in April and October. For the legal unit, he told us that they are representing NIMR in litigious and non-litigious. Litigious and non-litigious legal matters. And most of our actions in courts have reached, we can say that they are not yet decided, but the level at which they are is favorable to NIMR. And he says they don't have a single challenge because the DG loves them so much. Thank you, sir, for that. Next, please. Then the Semicom unit, they told us about how it is the federal government initiative to ensure that public service provides service that is, people-centered. And the unit started in 2020 in NIMR, and they are in all the service points in NIMR, CSD, CHB, GTB, and CDD. And their achievements, they conducted sensitization programs and in-house training. For the procurement unit, it was quite professorial, their presentation, so it was very difficult for us to summarize. But the unit is engaged in processing all contracts, and they achieved 95% of all the requests that were received were successfully implemented. And the challenges in NIMR, improper documentation for them, and I think they also talked about improper presentation of requests, and they also talked about people that had no business or had no knowledge about procurement interfering in their matters. So then anti-corruption and transparency unit, they trained staff, they told us what it is about. Unfortunately, there is no integrity award this year. And I remember that Prof. Sakinwale said people should give her gifts so that she would go and write it down. And then the NIMR account should pay her more than she needs. So that she can return the money. As that seems to be the only way to get recognition for this award. They want to look into this. I think after that, before the Abuja office, I think the adjuncts presented.
Why are you going back?
Okay, so maybe the arrangement. We started with Prof. Sadebola, he told us that about 7 things, to talk to us about, but eventually because of time constraints, he told us about 3. And the major part of it is about collaboration, and networking, and making sure that We don't look at ourselves as underdogs when we're doing external collaborations. So because we have something that we're bringing to the table that the people from the global north do not have. He told us that we should make sure that we are part of the development of the process, and especially for authorship. And this should be decided beforehand so that there will be no problems. Okay, here we are. Then Professor Cadmus said we need to turn resources we have in NIMR to gold. In other words, we need to work more to maximize return on investment, because NIMR is blessed with the human and material resources. And we need to turn this, into a good return on investment. And we need to help the weak. Next, please. Professor Afolabi thanked the DG and his department and team. He discussed his 2 intramural grants, and he thanked the DG for making him a PI in the overweight and obesity study amongst undergraduates. Professor Showa thanked the DG for inviting him to the retreat and talked about the intramural grant he got in 2022 to work on neuropsychosis. Professor Shutoki says there is a need to start looking inward to solve our problems, because I think he gave the clue that nobody bothers with a problem that is not his, and so we cannot be expecting the West, to keep solving. We need to look inward and find innovative ways to solve our own problems. Dr. Mustafa made a presentation on the various grants she has been able to obtain, especially this year after some failures and encouragement from the mentors here. She talked about how she was presented at several international fora, always, presenting NIMR as her area, as one of the places where she works. And she talked about a recent project she's doing with Dr. Musa and some others about air quality in Lagos. Next, please.
Yes, because of time.
Because of time, go to.
Oh, okay. So the Abuja office says that they engage with allied agencies on, I guess, NIMR matters and other related matters. They provide logistics such as hotel reservations and transportation for staff going to Abuja. They talked about office maintenance and renovation, and they told us that the DG's car is forever. I'm wondering why that is so, because the DG is generally there in Lagos. So what is making the car constantly, Anyway, they have some achievements. All documents and mails were successfully dispatched. I think there some of the challenges in inadequate staff training and irregular power supply. The Kaintel station, they are doing a study on antimicrobial activities of Artemisia annua on some pathogenic organisms using the fly as a model. They have completed research work on phytochemical screening and evaluation. And some of their challenges is NIMR buildings dilapidation. And as she said it, I was wondering, because last year they showed us renovated buildings. Renovated buildings, they showed us the before and the after. So I was wondering, was to explain that because it has not been inhabited, it's falling into disrepair again, and snakes are taking ownership of some of these buildings, which is not appropriate. Then as our outstation, very impressive presentation. They have submitted 3 proposals. One has gotten ethical approval. They are working on malaria. They said that TES participants are still coming for follow-up. They are now able to do HIV screening, and the outstation has been, recognized by policymakers in Delta State, which is very good. They're also looking forward to training and retraining of staff, especially on scientific paper writing. And they said that one of their members came for the grantsmanship training, and that they've already gotten approval for a step-down training, which is very good. Security, they told us about security and how to be watchful to ensure that we secure ourselves. They gave us a whole load of things on how to make sure that we are secure. Next, please. Oh, that's all. We have already done this.
I don't know why two of my wives just turned their back against me. Why did you put my name in your report that I asked for gifts?
No, that was verbal.
No, your report will come to me. I will remove my name. That somebody said, one of us said, somebody here said something, but I will put that on this card to save the ego from becoming a mechanic. Thank you very much. So that's just because of time. I know that Dr. David is a very good lead reporter, and she would have given us more detail, but you could see what they were able to. She would still further develop and submit the report at a later date. So now we are going into what I will call a group, not is a group, plenary, where everybody will be involved. And that is the team spirit and way forward. If you have comments, suggestions for everybody, especially our DG or management, so please, that's the... Should I take you?
We can take that for 5-10 minutes. And somebody should cut it and so we can talk. Okay, but I'll do. Any other persons who want to say something about moving forward? Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you very much, sir. There are two things I want to say. The first one is security. I think there's a way we need to tighten security because it looks like even from within they are beginning to pilfer into equipment and things in the institute. So if there's any way to tighten security, we need to. Because it will be good we are buying equipment and buying things and then some people are taking it through the back door. That's one. And then the second thing is, I have a great concern with regards to finance, Department of Finance and Accounts. When we put up with West, sometimes it takes so long. That's one challenge. Some other times it gets missing. We have to represent 2-3 times. And then talking about external funds coming in, it's a big challenge. Not only does it take long for us to confirm, but we have had instances now, twice now, funds returned. After taking long for it to come, from the same organization, twice it was returned. Then the third one, from another organization, was returned. I think we need to do something about it. Thank you, sir.
Okay. One, we didn't get any report about somebody stealing something. You need to have a report. We don't have eyes at the back. What I know is that when things happen, people tend to want to cover up. I don't think we should do that. Even if it's someone you know. Once you make a report and that person is punished, it will be an example for others. So we must necessarily make reports. The issue of finance. The last time when we had retreat, we gave everybody, what did you call it now? Turnaround time for activities. And we gave finance, was it 72 hours or what did we give them? We gave them 72 hours turnaround time. And they really haven't been able to do so. Sometimes we talk about staff. I don't know, because since then we've had someone else join them. I think there's another person who is likely to join them now from transfer. Because of that, when somebody says he wants to transfer to NIMR and his account, I always oblige so that they can have enough. I cannot say that I don't see them working. People sometimes, I close earlier than them. But then maybe there are some of their junior ones that would have disappeared before. And the senior people are the only one there. I think they need to look at how they can get their work much better. It's true that in August we started working from home. I have not heard from them that it is causing problems with them. If that is causing problems with them, then they need to meet again in their departments and decide how best they can manage that. But what they need to do themselves was to agree about the turnaround time and work towards it. From the entry, where is Mr. Ogaji? Because sometimes those things go into your office and it doesn't come out until 48 hours after. All of that you have to. You see, my principle is that because there is no department that can be busier than my office. And there is no day I leave my office with paper untouched. Unless I've gone before that paper comes, maybe on Friday. I don't. If I have it more, I'll take it home and get it done. Because I know some people's progress in life depends on it. And you deal with money. Thank you. You deal with money. Money issue is very serious. So you might believe that you are doing so much and people are still talking like this. It's for you to improve. Because you must get feedback. And until that feedback starts to praise you, you have to do a lot more than you are doing. I often suggest to them, and I think you should take note of this, that when vouchers are plenty and people are saying they are waiting for our money, we are waiting for our money, I suggest to Ken who probably comes over the weekend with some people to clear some of them. In fact, something like that was done only 2 days ago to ensure that they clear all the vouchers with them. I think Shei's unit too might have to be doing that, because if they clear it, somebody has to pay it. People believe that if they call me to come and sign today, that come and sign, your money is ready. It's like you are going to pay me, but we sign today, 2-3 days after, you haven't paid. You have to find a way of ensuring that the day they sign is the day you pay. So people can get the money for whatever they want to do. When we don't coordinate this very well, we get this kind of feedback. I am going to say that for me, you are doing well, but you can do better. Security, we have some security man. Where is the chief? No, not you. It's the chairman. I don't know. You people keep meeting. I know you. There's a report they write every month, and I send them to you. And sometimes when you see something, you bring them. But this one that they are talking about stealing equipment. People who are sleeping in the office the other day, and I asked the DA to write to those people. I said, identify the people. They didn't want to identify them. They wrote a blanket letter. I said, no, I want the people. Go and find them. I want their names and the offices. So we know when something goes wrong, who to pick. They did that. Hold on. And you can give him microphone. They did that. And I said, write a letter to each and every one of those people. And you cannot sleep in the office. Already we are giving you opportunity to work from home 2 days in 5 days. So why do you need to sleep in the office? For what? And we said, if we find you in the office, we will take a disciplinary procedure against you. Nobody has reported. I know that there are people who work overnight in some areas. Those people wrote to say that this is why, and we have proved that they can be working overnight. But if you don't have any business working overnight, you cannot stay in your office overnight. It's not a house. Briefly.
Thank you, sir. Currently, we compile the list of those sleeping in the offices weekly and send to the acting director of admin. That is done weekly now. All the names of people sleeping in offices are usually compiled weekly and sent to the director of admin. Then the issue of theft that Professor Aldo mentioned, I heard of it just this morning. And she mentioned that they've written
but the one that you, oh yeah, we are going to deal with that. I thought it's a new thing that you are talking about. Because we all have to be our brother's keeper. Otherwise, if we use government money to buy people and they are disappearing, and we don't want, unfortunately, we didn't bring our contractors here. I think next time we must bring some of them that regularly supplies us, because there are times that we buy something, they collude with contractors to take it out and exchange it for money. It has happened before in this institution. So things do happen, but when we don't talk about it, you will not know. We sorted that out, and we believe that such will not happen again. But if it does, then we'll have to take our responsibility of ensuring that the person is dealt with according to the law. Okay, so who else wants today? You have to stop us.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. I first of all want to say that when somebody, you presented yesterday and you briefly mentioned the issue of NMRC, and so it also came on the course of the discussion by the judges. And somebody was trying to say that we were playing a place for you at UI. I quickly go quickly. I therefore want us to really know the critical things. What are the things that are delaying this approval?
I don't know why you are attaching NMRC with me. NMRC is an agency we are hoping that will be established to fund research in Nigeria. There is nothing that says that it's Professor Salakot that will be. That's government's prerogative. Okay, and we are not doing it, and I'm saying it from the bottom of my heart. I'm not doing it so that my time can be extended. I've told those who are close to me, I want to do something else.
I'm leaving you.
I've had enough
of the way I see it.
Hold on, Obredi, just hold on. Because I don't want us to start discussing NMRC and Salakot. It's not an issue to be discussed. And if people must know, I'm supposed to spend 8 years. I've had 8 years of research and whatever. Even if government is going to give me something else, I want to do something else. Okay? It's not. Some people have said, hey, does it mean that you don't like us in Nigeria? We can't stay in one place forever. We have to make progress. Allow other people to come in and do things. That's the way I'm thinking. It's not that I didn't enjoy my stay in Nigeria. It has benefited me, okay, both in status and image and research, everything. But one has to move on, like the lady Jency said. We move. So please don't discuss NMRC. We are working on it. Somebody just sent me that it was discussed. Well, it's not discussed. I'm not sure. Was on the agenda yesterday at the Senate. So I've now sent him a WhatsApp to tell me what happened. But I know that it will pass. because we've done the necessary groundwork. The challenge is to get it signed. So once we get that it's passed, then we start running around for those who will get it signed. That's where we are with NIMR.
Thank you, sir, for the information. Another one, I agree with your indulgence. The creating of, you are just one, you are wrapping up, and we've done a lot of things, and I think that we want to request that perhaps it can be done before you leave. The issue of grants, and I'm speaking the mind of some of our colleagues that are actually grantors, that grant holders. And I saw with some account department personnel. You can have a, like it's done elsewhere. I think I've been there last week. You have grants, you have grant platform, you are accounting platform for external, especially external accounts, such that the transfer of fund, to access fund, access to fund will be more seamless. There will not be much complaint. That's one. Another one is about the ID card. The ID card, I took my time to sample some parastatal ID cards within the country, and I discovered that they had something in common. That was the coat of arms. And I lift up, somebody was trying to look at my ID card in function. I said, if you are a federal government, so I said, okay, I'll present it here. Perhaps it to be approved. Thank you.
It's on some of our signboards or signposts. Okay? It's just that we have not been consistent with it. Even for our letterhead, I think henceforth we can put up now. But that means that the NIMR logo that will be in the middle will go to one, and the coat of arms will go to the other side. People like to use coat of arms to harass others. Because it's only the presidency. When you say the presidency, you see. For grants, we are not the only one that have problems about inflow. Again, I believe it can also be better. Because the DFA has to be going to the CBN to confirm someone. Sometimes he has to go to Abuja. It is the centralization of funds. When the money comes, you have to provide evidence that the money has come. Most of the time, people will say, hey, my money, they told me that my money has been paid. How would they can't know now. Because the money is going to a pool. So you need to show that this is the evidence that the money has been paid. Sometimes people write wrong account number. I think a few months ago there was a change of the account number by the CBN. That was when the problem got a bit heightened. Because those who are giving their collaborators account number were doing that with the old account. And when your money goes into the old account, it doesn't surface even in the CBN, they don't see it. Because they are not dealing with it. You now go there, you now go and start looking at it. They have their own problems. But I believe that once your money has been transferred to NIMR, give us evidence that money has been transferred, and within a few weeks, they will find it out. Occasionally there are challenges, which is not in the account, it's not by NIMR. It's from those who transfer the money. So that's what I'm going to say about that.
Okay. Sorry, I have the microphone. Oh. Sorry, my director.
There are certain developments about remittances coming from outside the country to NIMR account that I need to bring to your notice. Some remittances are deemed to have come from organizations violating CBN money laundering decree. These are funds that are coming from certain foundations that portray to people that are carrying out certain businesses that they are not actually carrying out.
CBN has said that there are funds that are linked to religious operation. Then there are other funds that are linked to illegal migration, illicit drugs and psychotropic substances. Then there are some funds that coming from certain organizations, they are being laundered for financing terrorism. So sometimes funds that are coming for research are blocked and put under investigation. And at that time, maybe you have submitted evidence of remittance, and the money is blocked. You go and check it, the money is not there. It's under investigation. If the investigation goes on for some time and they are convinced that it's coming to NIMR, it's for research, this, and they are convinced, they normally release it into the account. If they are not convinced, it is blocked. Some funds coming from outside are blocked. Please know that. And they are put under investigation, and they are coming for research. Then there are another circumstance where funds, but when they block it, they will not tell you that they have blocked it. It's an instruction given to their corresponding banks outside. They won't tell you. And even if you know they are blocked, you can't go there and ask for them. They won't give you. So it's beyond our control. Then again, there are some countries that are under United States sanctions. They are about 23 in number. So out of 198 countries we have in the world, 23 countries are under United States sanctions. I need to tell you, if you have anything to do with them for research or anything at all, if the money goes there or is coming from there, it will be blocked and it takes time to get it out. So those countries are 1, Cuba, 2, Iran, 3, North Korea, 4, Syria, 5, Russia, 6, Afghanistan, 7, Balkans, 8, Burma, 9, China, 10, Democratic Republic of Congo, 11, Ethiopia, 12, Central African Republic, 13, Belarus, 14, Zimbabwe, 15, Venezuela, 16, Yemen, 17, Somalia, 18, Sudan, 19, South Sudan, 20, Iraq, 21, Libya, 22, Nicaragua, then 23, Lebanon. If you have anything to do with any of these countries, your phone can be blocked.
China is among.
So these are the things that are going on that you don't know.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I have 3 areas. The first area is about to commend the entire NIMR management, and also commend PG specifically for instituting the culture of town hall meeting. I think it's a form of this open communication that we've been speaking on since the convention of the. So I will appeal that, sir, we need to sustain this in the next couple of weeks, and it has to be regular so that people will have advantage of listening to all of these things that we are listening to here, and then also learn from the various achievements. The second area is also linked to the need to sustain the feasibility that NIMR has established. And we have to do this through the media. Maybe as part of the fallout of this, it seems to be the need for us to have a public relations unit in NIMR so that all of these achievements, most people want to it's only when they come to NIMR that they are able to see. So when they hear from radios, from television and all that, and it is regular through the public relations officer unit, it will also add more to the feasibility of NIMR. And the third one is to stress on and then commend the position of DG when it comes to outside engagement. Most times when we take letters to DG's office for approval, when we are invited for outside engagement, we feel that maybe because of the task schedule of NIMR, it may not get approval. But
most often when I hear his opinion on it, I always feel happy that the more people go out to represent NIMR elsewhere, the more NIMR news is mentioned several times, and that has to the publicity and visibility of NIMR. I hope and we, by the grace of God, we will have another person that will help us sustain this, so that they won't say there's no time, no approval, and then the image, the corporate image and individual image will be dropped by doing that. So it's a form of commendation to stress on that position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. I think that should be the last comment, so we can move on. We won't take any. But in terms of public, what do you call it? Public relations. Yes, we used to have, even though it was like a one-man public relation, but that one man was doing so well, he had to retire, and the acting DA was took over from there, and he became acting DA. He's still kind of doubling the job. We are thinking of how to get that out of his hand and maybe give it to somebody else to do. But that requires a fairly senior person who can speak on behalf of the institution. The other bit that we tried to do that I believe NIMR community didn't accept was protocol unit. Again, it was Mr. Shobade, before he had his illness, who was doing that for us. Most big agencies will have protocol unit that will have direct link with embassies, so that they can do things for you. But when we started that several years ago, people were not using them. They were doing it on their own. If we were using them, they would have become very robust, and we'll probably have established a department for them or a unit where everybody goes to. They can secure appointment for you. They can do all of those. We actually did, but they were not using them. It was only the DG that was using it. Even to go to Abuja, when you have something doing in Abuja, tell them, let them call the Abuja to, okay, Rosaldo will be coming, you pick her up, something akin to what multinationals are doing. People like to just go to there, they don't want anybody to know where they are going. Whereas you can just email I want to be now, give your itinerary, they will do the rest. To meet you at the airport, live like a big man or woman, you know, not go there and then start carrying your bag. You are looking for taxi because they don't want to pay. Some people said the money was too much. Yes. No, we started from 3,000. Then it went up to 5,000. And then they said, you must at least enjoy some of the little things. And that one was lower. So if you want it, we will sit down and bring it back. Let's bring it back properly. So if you want to travel, even if you want to travel out, you don't know anything about the visa, you just go to the protocol unit. They will do everything for you. They will tell you what you need. If you don't need to go there, they will collect your paper and submit, and that's what they enjoy in other big corporations. But because Amao doesn't want us to know that he's going to have to meet your people in Nairobi, and there is one big grant that he doesn't want people to know yet. They say open communication, it helps. So once it's not much of personal issues, you can always engage some of these people to help you. So thank you for raising it. We will decide, we'll talk about it at the management meeting and find temporary leadership for those two units and see how well we can support them. I think we should stop there.
Thank you, sir. The last item on the program, Dr. Fora, both of them.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. So all good things come to an end. So this is the vote of thanks for the NIMR 2023 retreat. Foremost, we thank Almighty God for making this year's retreat a success. It has always been a success, but then we need to continue to thank God for everything that He has done for us. The management and staff of the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research extend their heartfelt gratitude to this year's 2023 guest speakers, Barrister Kenyachuku Agu and Ms. Ellen Onokwai, for their wonderful presentations on open communication at the workplace and how behavioral skills drive effective business practice respectively. These lectures were both interesting and insightful. As said by Winston Churchill, the price of greatness is responsibility. Our outstanding guests and adjunct professors have also taken on the responsibilities that comes with their greatness. We therefore appreciate all distinguished invited guests and adjunct professors in the person of Professor Richard Adebola, Professor Simon Akomo, Professor Simeon Cadmus, Dr. Bangori Afolabi, Professor Oluyomi Showemimo, Professor Akini Oshotoki, Dr. Adetun Mustafa, Dr. Samuel Ajayi, Professor Kolawole Oyedeji, Professor Olusola Ladokun, Dr. Yemi Raji, and Dr. Rotimi Wolabi. Please, I apologize if I omitted anybody's name. Thank you all for gracing this occasion and for all your perceptive comments. Your continuous support and contributions to the growth of this institute cannot be overestimated. Please join me in giving them a big hand. All the staff of NIMR present here also thank the NIMR management for this year's beautiful retreat experience. Now I'm speaking for myself. I had a very wonderful evening yesterday evening with some 4 NIMR divas. Prof, sir, you don't want to see your ladies when they are relaxed. I will not mention the 4 divas, but they know themselves. To round up this year's vote of thanks, we say a hearty thank you to our recently retired staff and all the participants who graced this event with their presence. We wish you all a safe trip back to your different destinations. We wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year in advance. Thank you.
Do we have the national anthem before the launch? Oh, so the national anthem.
Your next retreat, you do dance.
Yeah.
You know that you don't end of the year.
Once we go, arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's follow me to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Thank you.
So we have a seat. There's a little change in the protocol for filing out for lunch. Okay. So